Section 1 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 1 of Voces Populi. An Evening with a Conjuror. Scene: a suburban hall. The performance has not yet begun. The audience is limited and low-spirited, and may perhaps number, including the attendants, 18. The only people in the front seats are a man in full evening dress, which he tries to conceal under a caped coat, and two ladies in plush opera coats. Fog is hanging about in the rafters, and the gas stars sing a melancholy dirge. Each casual cough arouses dismal echoes. Enter an intending spectator, who is conducted to a seat in the middle of an empty row. After removing his hat and coat, he suddenly thinks better or worse of it, puts them on again, and vanishes hurriedly. First Sardonic Attendant, at doorway.
Reg'lar turnin' 'em away to night, we are.
Second Sardonic Attendant.
He came up to me afore he goes to the pay box, and says he, "Is there a seat left?" he says. And I says to him, "Well, I think we can manage to squeeze you in somewhere," like that, I says.
The orchestra, consisting of two thin-armed little girls with pigtails, enter and perform a stumbling overture upon a cracked piano. Herr von Camberwohl, the Conjuror, appears on platform, amidst loud clapping from two obvious confederates in a back row. Herr VK, in a mixed accent.
Ladies and gentlemens, before I commence with my illusions this evening, I have most emphatically to repudiate all assistance from any spirits or supernatural beings whatsoever. All I have the honour of showing you will be performed by simple sleight of 'and or legerdemain.
He invites any member of the audience to step up and assist him, but the spectators remain coy.
I see that I 'ave not to night so large an audience to select from as usual. Still I 'ope.
Here one of the obvious confederates slouches up and joins him on the platform.
Ah, that is good. I am ver much obliged to you, sir.
The confederate grins sheepishly.
Let me see, I seem to remember your face somehow.
Broader grin from confederate.
Ha! You was here last night. That explains it. But you have never assist me before, eh?
Reckless shake of the head from confederate.
I thought not. Ver well. You have never done any tricks mit carts, no? But you will dry? You never tell what you gon do till you dry. As the old sow said when she learns the alphabet.
He pauses for a laugh which doesn't come.
Now, sir, you know a cart when you see 'em. Ah, that is some things already. Now I will ask you to choose any cart or carts out of this back.
The confederate fumbles.
I don't wish to hurry you, but I want you to make haste,
etc., etc. The man in evening dress. I remember giving Bimbo, the Wizard of the West, a guinea once to teach me that trick. There was nothing in it. First Lady in plush coat. And you can do it? The M. in ED, guardedly. Well, I don't know that I could exactly do it now, but I know how it's done. He explains elaborately how it is done. Herr VK, stamping as a signal that the orchestra may leave off.
Next I shall show you my celebrated illusion of the inexhaustible 'at, to conclude with the invisible N. And I shall be much obliged if any shentlemans will kindly favour me with his 'at for the purpose of my experiment.
The M. in ED. Here's mine, it's quite at your service. To his companions. This is a stale old trick, he merely explains as before, but you wait and see how I'll score off him over it. Herr VK to the M. in ED.
You are quite sure, sir, you leave nothing inside of your 'at?
The M. in ED, with a wink to his neighbours. On the contrary, there are several little things there belonging to me, which I'll thank you to give me back by and by. Herr V.K. diving into the hat.
So, what have we 'ere? A bunch of flowers, another bunch of flowers, another and another. Ha! Do you always carry flowers inside your hat, sir?
The M. in E.D. Invariably, to keep my head cool, so hand them over, please, I want them. His companions titter and declare it really is too bad of him. Herr V.K.
Presently, sir, there is somethings else. It feels like, yes, it is, a mouse trap. Your head is troubled with mice, sir, yes, but there is none in 'ere, in the 'at.
The M. in E.D. with rather feeble indignation. I never said there were. Herr V.K.
No, there is no house, but
diving again.
ha, a little white rad, another white rad, and again a white rad, and 1, 2, 3 more white rads. You find they keep your head nice and cool there? I trouble you to come and take them away. I don't like the white rads myself. It is matter of taste.
The audience snigger.
Oh, but wait, this is a most convenient 'at.
Extracting a large feeding bottle and a complete set of baby linen.
The gentleman is very domestic, I see. And there is more yet. He is good business man. He knows 'ow one must advertise in these 'ere times. He has helped me, so I will help him by distributing some of his circulars for him.
He showers cards, commending somebody's self-adjusting trousers amongst the audience, each person receiving about 2 dozen, chiefly in the eye, until the air is dark and the floor thick with them. The M. in E.D. much annoyed. Infernal liberty! Confounded impudence! Shouldn't have had my hat if I'd known he was going to play the fool with it like this. First Lady in plush cloak. But I thought you knew what was coming. The M. in E.D. So I did, but this fellow does it differently. Herr von K. is preparing to fire a marked half-crown from a blunderbuss into a crystal casket. A lady with nerves to her husband.
John, I'm sure he's going to let that thing off.
John, a brute.
Well, I shouldn't be surprised if he is. I can't help it.
The L. with N.
You could if you liked. You could tell him my nerves won't stand it. The trick will be every bit as good if he only pretends to fire, I'm sure.
John.
Oh, nonsense. You can stand it very well if you like.
The L. with N.
I can't, John. There, he's raising it to his shoulder. John, I must go out. I shall scream if I sit here. I know I shall.
John.
No, what's the use? He'll have fired long before you get to the door. Much better to stay where you are and do your screaming sitting down.
The Conjuror fires.
There, you see, you didn't scream after all.
The L. with N.
I screamed to myself, which is ever so much worse for me, but you never will understand me till it's too late.
Herr von K. performs another trick. First Lady in plush cloak. That was very clever, wasn't it? I can't imagine how it was done. The M. in E.D., in whom the memory of his desecrated hat is still rankling. Oh, can't you? Simplest thing in the world. Any child could do it. Second Lady.
What, find the rabbit inside those boxes when they were all corded up and sealed?
The M. in E.D. You don't mean to say you were taken in by that? Why, it was another rabbit, of course. First Lady. But even if it was another rabbit, it was wearing the borrowed watch round its neck. The M. in E.D. Easy enough to slip the watch in if all the boxes have false bottoms. Second L.
Yes, but he passed the boxes round for us to examine.
The M. in E.D. Boxes, but not those boxes. First L. But how could he slip the watch in when somebody was holding it all the time in a paper bag? The M. in E.D. Ah, I saw how it was done, but it would take too long to explain it now. I have seen it so well performed that you couldn't spot it, but this chap's a regular duffer. Herr V.K., who finds this sort of thing rather disturbing.
Lighties and gentlemens, I see there is one among us who is a professional like myself, and knows how all my little tricks is done. Now,
suddenly abandoning his accent,
I am always grateful for hanythink that will distract the attention of the orgents from what is going on upon the stage. Naturally so, because it prevents you from follerin' my actions too closely. And so I now call upon this gentleman in the hevening dress just to speak hup a very little louder than what he 'as been doin', so that you will be enabled to 'ear hevery word of 'is hexplanation more puffectly than what some of you in the back benches have done 'itherto. Now, sir, if you'll kindly repeat your very hinteresting remark in a more haudible tone, I can go on between like.
Murmurs of "No, no, shut up, we don't want to hear him," from various places. The man in evening dress subsides into a crimson taciturnity, which continues during the remainder of the performance. End of Section 1. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 2 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 2. At the Tudor Exhibition. In the Central Hall. The usual jocose 'Arry, who has come here with 'Arriet for no very obvious reason, as they neither of them know or care about any history but their own.
Well, I suppose as we are 'ere we'd better go in a buster for a book of the words, eh?
To Commissionaire.
What are yer doin' them c'rect guides at, old man? A shillin'? Not me. 'Ere, 'Arriet, we'll make it out for ourselves.
A young man who has dropped in for 5 minutes, just to say he's been, don't you know. Jove, my aunt! Nip out before she spots me. Stop, though, suppose she has spotted me. Never can tell with gig lamps. Better not risk it. Is spotted while hesitating. His aunt. I didn't recognize you till just this moment, John, my boy. I was just wishing I had some one to read out all the extracts in the catalogue for me. Now we can go round together. John affects a dutiful delight at this suggestion, and wonders mentally if he can get away in time to go to afternoon tea with those pretty Chesterton girls. An uncle who has taken Master Tommy out for the afternoon.
This is the way to make your history real to you, my boy.
Tommy, who had cherished hopes of Covent Garden's circus, privately thinks that English history is a sufficiently unpleasant reality as it is, and conceives a bitter prejudice against the entire Tudor period on the spot. The Intelligent Person. Ha! Armour of the period, you see, feels bound to make an intelligent remark. Astonishing how the whole art of war has been transformed since then, eh? Now, to me, as if he was conscious of being singular in this respect, to me, all this is most interesting, coming as I do fresh from Frode. His companion, a flippant person.
Don't speak so loud. If they know you've come in here fresh, you'll get turned out.
Patronizing persons, inspecting magnificent suit of russet and gilt armour. 'Pon my word, no idea they turned out such good work in those times. Very creditable to them, really. Before the portraits. The Uncle. No, Tommy, you remember what became of Catherine of Aragon, I'm sure. No, no, tut, tut, she wasn't executed. I'm afraid you're getting rather rusty with these long holidays. Remind me to speak to your mother about setting you a chapter or so of history to read every day when we get home, will you? Tommy (to himself). It is hard lines on a chap having a sneak for an uncle. Catch me swatting to please him. 'Arry.
There's old Henry the Eighth, you see. That's 'im right enough. 'Im as 'ad all those wives and cut every one of their 'eads off.
'Arriet (admiringly).
Ah, I knew we shouldn't want a catalogue.
The Intelligent Person. Wonderfully, Holbein's caught the character of the man, the curious compound of obstinacy, violence, good humour, sensuality, and so on. Not mistaking a Holbein, you can tell him at once, by the extraordinary finish of all the accessories. Now look at that girdle. Isn't that Holbein all over? Flippant Person.
Not quite all over, old fellow. Catalogue says it's painted by Paris Bourdon.
The Intelligent Person. Possibly, but it's Holbein's manner, and looking at these portraits you see at once how right Frode's estimate was of the king. Flippant Person.
Does Frodo say how he got that nasty one on the side of his nose?
A Visitor.
Looks overfed, don't he?
Second Visitor, sympathetically.
Oh, he fed himself very well, you can see that.
The Aunt. Wait a bit, John. Don't read so fast. I haven't made out the middle background yet. And where's the figure of Saint Michael rising above the gilt tent, lined with fleur-de-lis on a blue ground? Would this be Guisnes or Ardres, now? Oh, Ardres on the right, so that's Ardres. Yes, yes. And now tell me what it says about the two gold fountains, and that dragon up in the sky. John calculates that at this rate he has a very poor chance of getting away before the gallery closes. The Patronizing Persons.
Holbein again, you see. Very curious, their ideas of painting in those days. Ah, well, art has made great progress since then, like everything else.
Miss Fisher. So that's the beautiful Queen Mary. I wonder if it is really true that people have got better looking since those days. Glances appealingly at Phlegmatic Fiancé. Her Phlegmatic Fiancé. I wonder. Miss Fisher. You hardly ever see such small hands now, do you? With those lovely long fingers, too. The Phlegmatic Fiancé. No, never. Miss Fisher. Perhaps people in some other century will wonder how anybody ever saw anything to admire in us. The Phlegmatic Fiancé.
Shouldn't be surprised.
Miss Fisher does wish secretly that Charles had more conversation. The Aunt. John, just find out who number 222 is. John, sulkily. Sir George Penruddock Knight. His Aunt, with enthusiasm. Of course! How interesting this is, isn't it, seeing all these celebrated persons exactly as they were in life? Now read who he was, John, please. The Intelligent Person. Froda tells a curious incident about... Flippant Person.
I tell you what it is, old chap, if you read so much history, you'll end by believing it.
The Intelligent Person, pausing before the Shakespeare portraits. He was not for an age, but for all time. The Flippant Person.
I suppose that's why they've painted none of them alike.
A person with a talent for comparison.
Mary, come here a moment. Do look at this. Elizabeth Lady Hobby. Did you ever see such a likeness?
Mary. Well, dear, I don't quite. The Person with, etc.
It's her living image. Do you mean to say you really don't recognize it? Why, Cook, of course.
Mary. Ah, apologetically. But I've never seen her dressed to go out, you know. The Uncle. Number 13, Sir Rowland Hill, Lord Mayor, died 1561. Tommy, anxious to escape the threatened chapters if possible. I know about him, Uncle. He invented postage stamps. Over the cases. First Patronizing Person.
A tooth of Queen Catherine Parr. Dear me, very quaint.
Second Patronizing Person, tolerantly. Not at all a bad tooth, either. 'Arriet comes to a case containing a hat labelled as formerly belonging to Henry VIII.
'Arry, look here! Fancy a king going about in a thing like that! Pink with green feather! Why, I wouldn't be seen in it myself.
'Arry.
Oh, but that was old 'Enery all over, that was. 'E wasn't one for show. He liked a quiet, unassuming style of 'at, 'e did. None of your loud pots 'ats for me. He'd tell the royal 'atters, find me a tile as won't attract people's notice, or you won't want a tile yourselves in another minute. And you may take your oath they served him pretty sharp, too.
'Arriet, giggling.
It's a pity they didn't ask you to write their catalogue for them.
The Aunt. John, you're not really looking at that needlework. It's Queen Elizabeth's own work, John. Only look how wonderfully fine the stitches are. Oh, she was a truly great woman. I could spend hours over this case alone. What
Closing, are they, already? We must have another day at this together, John, just you and I.
John.
Yes, aunt, and now
Thinks there's just time to call on the Chestertons if he goes soon. Can I get you a cab or put you into a bus or anything? His aunt.
not just yet. You must take me somewhere where I can get a bun and a cup of tea first, and then we can go over the catalogue together, and mark all things we missed, you know.
John resigns himself to the inevitable rather than offend his wealthy relative. The intelligent person comes out, saying he has had an intellectual treat, and intends to run through Fruta again that evening. 'Arry and 'Arriet depart to the Ocean Wave at Hengler's. Gallery gradually clears as scene closes in. End of Section 2. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 3 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 3. In an Omnibus. The majority of the inside passengers, as usual, sit in solemn silence and gaze past their opposite neighbours into vacancy. A couple of matrons converse in wheezy whispers. First Matron.
Well, I must say a bus is pleasanter riding than what they used to be not many years back, and then so much cheaper too. Why, you can go all the way right from here to Mile End Road for 3d.
Second Matron.
What? All the way for 3d?
With an impulse of vague humanity.
The poor 'orses!
First Matron.
Ah, well, my dear, it's competition, you know. It don't do to think too much of it.
Conductor, stopping the bus.
Orchard Street, lady.
To Second Matron, who had desired to be put down there. Second Matron to Conductor.
Just move on a few doors further. Opposite the boot shop.
To First Matron.
It will save us walking.
Conductor.
Certainly, mum. We'll drive in and wait while you're trying 'em on, if you like. We ain't in no 'urry.
The matrons get out, and their places are taken by two young girls, who are in the middle of a conversation of thrilling interest. First Girl.
I never liked her myself, ever since the way she behaved at his mother's that Sunday.
Second Girl.
How did she behave?
A faint curiosity is discernible among other passengers to learn how she, whoever she is, behaved that Sunday. First Girl.
Why, it was you told me. You remember, that night Joe let out about her and the automatic scent fountain.
Second Girl.
Oh, yes, I remember now.
General disappointment.
I couldn't help laughing myself. Joe didn't ought to have told, but she needn't have got into such a state over it, need she?
First Girl.
That was Eliza all over. If George had been sensible, he'd have broken it off then and there. But no, he wouldn't hear against her, not at that time. It was the button hook opened his eyes.
The other passengers strive to dissemble a frantic desire to know how and why this delicate operation was performed. Second Girl, mysteriously.
And enough too, but what put George off most was her keeping that bag so quiet.
The general imagination is once more stirred to its depths by this mysterious allusion. First Girl.
Yes, he did feel that, I know. He used to come and go on about it to me by the hour together. I shouldn't have minded so much, he told me over and over again, with the tears standing in his eyes, if it hadn't been that the bottles was all silver mounted.
Second Girl.
Silver mounted? I never heard of that before. No wonder he felt hurt.
First Girl, impressively.
Silver tops to every one of them, and that girl to turn round as she did, and her with an uncle in the oil and colour line too, it nearly broke George's heart.
Second Girl.
He's such a one to take on about things, but, as I said to him, George, I says, you must remember it might have been worse. Suppose you'd been married to that girl, and then found out about Alf and the Jubilee sixpence, and how would that have been?
First Girl, unconsciously acting as the mouthpiece of the other passengers.
And what did he say to that?
Second Girl.
"Oh, nothing. There was nothing he could say, but I could see he was struck. She behaved very mean to the last. She wouldn't send back the German concertina."
First Girl.
"You don't say so. Well, I wouldn't have thought that of her, bad as she is."
Second Girl.
"No, she stuck to it that it wasn't like a regular present, being got through a grocer, and as she couldn't send him back the tea, being drunk. But did you hear how he treated Emma over the crinoline that she got for her?"
First Girl (to the immense relief of the rest).
"No. What was that?"
Second Girl.
"Well, I had it from Emma, her own self. Eliza wrote up to her and says, in a postscript like, 'Why, this is Tottenham Court Road. I get out here. Good bye, dear. I must tell you the rest another day.'"
Gets out, leaving the tantalized audience inconsolable, and longing for courage to question her companion as to the precise details of Eliza's heartless behaviour to George. The companion, however, relapses into a stony reserve. Enter a chatty old gentleman, who has no secrets from anybody, and of course selects as the first recipient of his confidence the one person who hates to be talked to in an omnibus. The chatty old gentleman.
"I've just been 'avin' a talk with the policeman at the corner there. What do you think I said to him?"
His opposite neighbour. I really don't know. The chatty old gentleman.
"Well, I told him he was a rich man compared to me. He said, 'I only get 30 shillings a week, sir.' 'Ah,' I said, 'but look at your expenses compared to mine. What would you do if you had to spend 800 a year on your children's education? I spend that every penny of it, sir.'"
His opposite neighbour (utterly uninterested).
"Did you indeed? Dear me."
Chatty old gentleman.
"Not that I grudge it. A good education is a fortune in itself, and, as I've always told my boys, they must make the best of it, for it's all they'll get. They're good enough lads, but I've had a deal of trouble with them one way and another, a deal of trouble."
Pauses for some expression of sympathy, which does not come, and he continues.
"There are my 2 eldest sons. What must they do but fall in love with the same lady, sir?"
No one seems to care much for these domestic revelations, possibly because they are too obviously addressed to the general ear.
"And, to make matters worse, she was a married woman."
His principal hearer looks another way uneasily.
"The wife of a godson of mine, which made it all the more awkward, you know."
His opposite neighbour giving no sign, the chatty old gentleman tries one passenger after another.
"Well, I went to him."
Here he fixes an old lady, who immediately passes up coppers out of her glove to the conductor.
"I went to him and said,"
addressing a smartly dressed young lady with a parcel, who giggles,
"I said, 'You're a man of the world. So am I. Don't you take any notice,' I told him."
This to a callow young man, who blushes.
"They're a couple of young fools," I said, "but you tell your dear wife from me not to mind those boys of mine. They'll soon get tired of it if they're only let alone. And so they would have, long ago, it's my belief, if they'd met with no encouragement. But what can I do? It's a heavy trial to a father, you know. Then there's my 3rd son. He must needs go and marry,"
to a lady at his side with a reticule, who gasps faintly,
"some young woman who dances at a music hall. Nice daughter-in-law, that, for a man in my position, eh? I've forbidden him the house, of course, and told his mother not to have any communication with him. But I know, sir,"
violently, to a man on his other side, who coughs in much embarrassment,
"I know she meets him once a week under the Eagle in Ormy Square, and I can't stop her. Then I'm worried about my daughters. One of 'em gave me no peace till I let her have some painting lessons. Of course, I naturally thought the drawing master would be an elderly man, whereas things turned out."
A quiet man in a corner.
"I hope you told all this to the policeman, sir?"
The chatty old gentleman (flaming unexpectedly).
"No, sir, I did not. I am not in the habit, whatever you may be, of discussing my private affairs with strangers. I consider your remark highly impertinent, sir."
Fumes in silence for the rest of the journey. The young lady with the parcel (to her friend, for the sake of vindicating her gentility).
"Oh, my dear, I do feel so funny carrying a great brown paper parcel in a bus, too. Any one would take me for a shop girl."
A grim old lady opposite.
And I only hope, my dear, you'll never be taken for any one less respectable.
Collapse of genteel young lady. First Humorous 'Arry, recognizing a friend on entering.
Excuse me, stoppin' your carriage, young man, but I thought you wouldn't mind giving me a lift as you was going my way.
Second 'Arry.
Quite welcome, old chap, so long as you give my man a bit when you get down, you know.
First 'Arry.
Ah, o' course, that's expected between gentlemen.
Both look round to see if their facetiousness is appreciated, find it is not, and subside. The Conductor.
Bank, bank.
He means bank.
Auburn Bank. Higher up there, Bill, can't you?
A dingy man smoking in a van.
Want to block up the 'ole of the road, eh? That's right.
The Conductor, roused to personality.
Go home, Dirty Dick. Same old sign, I see. Monkey and pipe.
To Coachman, of smart brougham, which is pressing rather closely behind.
I say, old man, don't you race after my bus like that. You'll only tire your 'orse.
The Coachman affects not to have heard. The Conductor, addressing the brougham horse, whose head is almost through the door of the omnibus.
'Ere, hang it all. Step inside if you want to.
Brougham falls to rear. Triumph of Conductor as scene closes. End of Section 3. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 4 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 4. At a sale of high-class sculpture. Scene: an upper floor in a city warehouse, a low whitewashed room, dimly lighted by dusty windows and 2 gas burners in wire cages. Around the walls are arranged several statues of meek aspect, securely confined in barred wooden cases, like a sort of marble menagerie. In the centre a labyrinthine grove of pedestals surmounted by busts, groups, and statuettes by modern Italian masters. About these pedestals a small crowd, consisting of elderly merchants, on the look out for a neat thing in statuary for the conservatory at Croydon or Muswell Hill, young city men who have dropped in after lunch, disinterested dealers, upholsterers' buyers, obliging brokers, and grubby and mysterious men, is cautiously circulating. Obliging broker, to amiable spectator who has come in out of curiosity, and without the remotest intention of purchasing sculpture.
No catalogue, sir? Here, allow me to orfer you mine. That's my name in pencil on the top of it, sir. And if you should 'appen to see any lot that takes your fancy, you jest catch my eye.
Reassuringly.
I shan't be fur off. Or look 'ere, gimme a nudge. I shall know what it means.
The amiable spectator thanks him profusely, and edges away with an inward vow to avoid his and the auctioneer's eyes as he would those of a basilisk. Auctioneer, from desk with the usual perfunctory fervour.
Lot 13, gentlemen. Very charming pair of subjects from child life. The Pricked Finger and The Scratched Toe by Bimbi.
A stolid assistant, in shirt sleeves.
Figures 'ere, gentlemen.
Languid surge of crowd towards them. A facetious bidder.
Which of them's the finger and which the toe?
Auctioneer, coldly.
I should have thought it was easy to identify by the attitude. Now, gentlemen, give me a bidding for these very finely executed works by Bimbi. Make any offer. What will you give me for 'em? Both very sweet things, gentlemen. Shall we say 10 guineas?
A grubby man.
Give yer 5.
Auctioneer, with grieved resignation.
Very well, start 'em at 5. Any advance on 5?
To assistant.
Turn 'em round, show the back view. And a 'arf, 6 and a 'arf. Only 6 and a 'arf bid for this beautiful pair of figures done direct from nature by Bimbi. Come, gentlemen, come. 7. Was that you, Mr. Grimes?
The grubby man admits the soft impeachment.
7 and a 'arf. 8. It's against you.
Mr. Grimes, with a supreme effort.
2 and 6.
mops his brow with a red cotton handkerchief. Auctioneer (in a tone of gratitude for the smallest mercies).
8:10:6, all done at 8:10:6. Going, gone! Grimes, 8:10:6, take money for 'em. Now we come to a very 'andsome work by Piffalini, the ocarina player, one of this great artist's masterpieces, and an exceedingly choice and high class work, as you will all agree directly you see it. (To Assistant) Now then, lot 14 there, look sharp.
Stolid Assistant.
Ocarina player ain't arrived, sir.
Auctioneer.
Oh, hasn't it? Very well, then. Lot 15, The Pretty Pill Taker, by Antonio Bilio. A really magnificent work of art, gentlemen.
Pill taker 'ere.
From the Stolid Assistant.
What'll you give me for her? Come, make me an offer.
Bidding proceeds till the pill taker is knocked down for 23½ guineas.
Lot 16, The Mixture as Before, by same artist, making a charming and suitable companion to the last lot. What do you say, Mr. Middleman? Take it at the same bidding?
Mr. Middleman assents, with the end of one eyebrow.
Any advance on 23 and a 'arf? None? Then, Middleman, 24:13:6.
Mr. Middleman (to the amiable spectator, who has been vaguely inspecting the pill taker).
Don't know if you noticed it, sir, but I got that last couple very cheap, only 47 guineas the pair, and they are worth 80. I solemnly declare to you, I could get 40 apiece for 'em to morrow, upon my word and honour, I could.
Ah, and I know who'd give it me for 'em, too.
The amiable spectator (sympathetically).
Dear me, then you've done very well over it.
Mr. Middleman. Ah, well ain't the word. And those two aren't the only lots I've got, either. That sandwich man over there is mine. Look at the work in those boards, and the nature in his clay pipe, and the boot black, that's mine too. All worth twice what I got 'em for, and lovely things too, ain't they? The amiable spectator.
Oh, very nice, very clever. Congratulate you, I'm sure.
Mr. Middleman. I can see that you've took a fancy to 'em, sir, and when I come across a gentleman that's a connoisseur, I'm always sorry to stand in his light. So see here, you can have any one you like out of my little lot, or all on 'em, with all the pleasure in the wide world, sir, and I'll only charge you 5% on what I gave for 'em, and be exceedingly obliged to you into the bargain, sir. The amiable spectator feebly disclaims any desire to take advantage of this magnanimous offer. Don't say no if you mean yes, sir. Will you 'ave the pill taker, sir? The amiable spectator politely.
Thank you very much, but I think not.
Mr. Middleman.
Then perhaps you could do with the little boot black, or the sandwich man, sir?
The amiable spectator.
Perhaps, but I could do still better without them.
He moves to another part of the room. The obliging broker (whispering beerily in his ear).
Seen anything yet as takes your fancy, sir? 'Cause if so...
The amiable spectator escapes to a dark corner, where he is warmly welcomed by Mr. Middleman. Mr. Middleman.
Do you think better on it, sir? Now which is it to be, the boot black, or mixture as before?
Auctioneer.
Now we come to lot 19, massive flute columned in coral marble with revolving top. A column, gentlemen, which will speak for itself.
The facetious bidder (after a scrutiny).
Then it may as well mention while it's about it that it's got a bit out of its back.
Auctioneer.
Flaw in the marble, that's all.
(To Assistant).
Nothing the matter with the column, is there?
Assistant (with reluctant candour).
Well, it 'as got a little chip, sir.
Auctioneer (easily).
Oh, very well then, we'll sell it at A.F. Very glad it was found out in time, I'm sure.
Bidding proceeds. First Dealer to Second (in a husky whisper).
Talkin' o' old masters, I put old Anway up to a good thing the other day.
Second Dealer (without surprise, probably from a knowledge of his friend's noble, unselfish nature).
Ah, how was that?
First Dealer.
Well, there was a picture as I 'appened to know could be got in for a deal under what it ought, in good 'ands, mind yer, to fetch. It was a Morlin, leastwise it was so like you couldn't ha' told the difference, if you understand my meanin'.
The other nods with complete intelligence. Well, I 'adn't no openin' for it myself just then, so I says to young 'Anway, you might do worse than to go and 'ave a look at it, I told him. And I run against him yesterday, Wardour Street way, and I says, did yer go and see that picture? Yes, says he, and what's more, I got it at pretty much my own figure, too. Well, says I, and ain't yer going to shake hands with me over it? Second dealer, interested. And did he? First dealer. Yes, he did. He behaved very fair over the matter, I will say that for him. Second dealer. Oh, Anway's a very decent little feller, now. Auctioneer, hopefully. Now, gentlemen, this next lot'll tempt you, I'm sure. Lot 33, a magnificent and very finely executed dramatic group out of The Merchant of Venice. Othello in the act of smothering Desdemona, both nearly life size. Assistant (with a sardonic inflection). Group 'ere, gentlemen. What shall we say for this great work by Roccochippi, gentlemen? 100 guineas just to start us? The First Broker. Can't you put the two figures up separate? Auctioneer. You know better than that, being a group, sir. Come, come, any one give me 100 for this magnificent marble group, the figure of Othello, very finely finished, gentlemen. The First Broker. I should have thought it was her who was the finely finished one of the two. Auctioneer, pained by this levity. Really, gentlemen, do 'ave more appreciation of 'igh class work like this. 25 guineas? Nonsense, I can't put it up at that. Bidding languishes. Lot withdrawn. Second disinterested dealer to first disinterested dealer (in an undertone). I wouldn't tell every one, but I shouldn't like to see you stay 'ere and waste your time, so, in case you was thinking of waiting for that last lot, I may just as well mention. Whispers. First disinterested dealer. Ah, it's that way, is it? Much obliged to you for the 'int, but I'd do the same for you any day. Second disinterested dealer. I'm sure yer would. They watch one another suspiciously. Auctioneer. Now 'ere's a tasteful thing, gentlemen. Lot 41, Nymph eating oysters. Nymph 'ere, gentlemen. By the celebrated Italian artist Vabini, one of the finest works of art in this room, and they're all exceedingly fine works of art, but this is a truly work of art, gentlemen. What shall we say for her, eh? Silence. Why, gentlemen, no more appreciation than that? Come, don't be afraid of it. Make a beginning. Bidding starts. 45 guineas, £46, £46 only, this remarkable specimen of modern Italian art. 46 and a 'arf. Only 46.10 bid for it. Give character to any gentleman's collection, a figure like this would. 47 guineas and a 'arf. 47 and a 'arf guineas for the last time. Bidding with you, sir. 47 guineas and a 'arf. Gone! Name, sir, if you please. Oh, money? Very well, thank you. Proud Purchaser (to friend, in excuse for his extravagance). You see, I must have something for that grotto I've got in the grounds. His Friend. If she was mine, I should put her in the hall, and have a gaslight fitted in the oyster shell. Proud Purchaser (thoughtfully). Not a bad idea, but electric light would be more suitable, and easier to fix, too. Yes, we'll see. The Obliging Broker (pursuing the amiable spectator). I 'ope, sir, you'll remember me next time you're this way. The amiable spectator (who has only ransomed himself by taking over an odd lot consisting of imitation marble fruit, a model, under crystal, of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and 3 busts of Italian celebrities of whom he has never heard). I'm afraid I shan't have very much a chance of forgetting you. Good afternoon. Exit hurriedly, dropping the fruit as scene closes. End of Section 4, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 5 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 5. At the Guelph Exhibition. in the central hall. A thrifty visitor, on entering. Catalogue? No, what's the use of a catalogue? Miserable thing, the size of a tract that tells you nothing you don't know. His wife, indicating a pile of catalogues on table.
Aren't these big enough for you?
The thrifty visitor. Those? Why, they're big enough for the London Directory. Think I'm going to drag a thing like that about the place? You don't really want a catalogue, it's all your fancy. Mr. Prattler to Miss Emerson.
Oh, do stop and look at these sweet goldfish. Pets, don't you love them? Aren't they tame?
Miss Emerson.
Wouldn't do to have them wild. Might jump out and bite people, you know.
Mr. Prattler.
It's too horrid of you to make fun of my poor little enthusiasms. But really, couldn't we get something and feed them? Do let's.
Miss Emerson.
I dare say you could get ham sandwiches in the restaurant, or chocolates.
Mr. Prattler.
How unkind you are to me, but I don't care.
Wilfully.
I shall come here all by myself and bring biscuits, great big ones. Are you determined to take me into that big room with all the portraits? Well, you must tell me who they all are, then, and which are the Guelphiest ones.
Considerate niece to uncle.
They seem mostly portraits here. You're sure you don't mind looking at them, uncle? I know so many people do object to portraits.
Uncle, with the air of a Christian martyr. No, my dear, no, I don't mind them. Stay here as long as you like. I'll sit down and look at the people till you've done. First critical visitor, examining a view of St. James's Park.
I wonder where that was taken. In Scotland, I expect. There's 2 Highlanders there, you see.
Second critical visitor.
Shouldn't wonder. Lot of work in that, all those different colours and so many dresses.
Admires thoughtfully. A well-read woman.
That's Queen Charlotte, that is. George the Third's wife, you know. Her that was so domestic.
Her companion.
Wasn't that the one that was shut up in the tower or something?
The well-read woman.
In the tower? Lor, my dear, no, I never heard of it. You're thinking of the Tudors, or some of that lot, I expect.
Her companion.
Am I dare say. I never could remember history. Why, if you'll believe me, I always have to stop and think which of the Georges came first.
More critical visitors, before portraits.
He's rather pleasant looking, don't you think? I don't like her face at all.
So peculiar, and what a hideous dress, like a tea gown without any upper part. Frightful.
A skeptical visitor.
They all seem to have had such thin lips in those days. Somehow I can't bring myself to believe in such very thin lips. Can you, dear?
Her friend.
I always think it's a sign of meanness myself.
The skeptical visitor.
No, but I mean I can't believe every one had them in the 18th century.
Her friend.
Oh, I don't know, if it was the fashion.
About the cases. Visitor, admiring embroidered waistcoat of the time of George II, a highly popular exhibit.
What lovely work! Why, it looks as if it was done yesterday.
Her companion, who is not in the habit of allowing his enthusiasm to run away with him.
Yes, it's not bad. But of course they wouldn't send a thing like that here without having it washed and done up first.
An old lady.
Teapot used by the Duke of Wellington during his campaigns. So he drank tea, did he? Dear me, do you know, my dear, I think I must have my old teapot engraved. It will make it so much more interesting some day.
In the South Gallery. Mr. Prattler, before a portrait of Lady Hamilton by Romney.
There, isn't she too charming? I do call her a perfect duck.
Miss Emerson.
Yes, you mustn't forget her when you bring those biscuits.
An American girl.
Father, See up there, there's Byron. Did you ever see such a perfectly beautiful face?
Her Father, solemnly.
He was a beautiful man, a beautiful poet.
The American Girl.
I know, but the expression, it's real saint-like.
Father, slowly.
Well, I guess if he'd had any different kind of expression, he wouldn't have written the things he did write, and that's a fact.
A moralizing old lady, at case O.
Number 1260. Ball of worsted wound by William Cowper the poet for Mrs. Unwin. Number 1261. Netting done by William Cowper the poet. How very nice, and what a difference in the habit of literary persons nowadays, my dear.
In the Central Hall, Mr. Whiterose, a Jacobite fin de siècle, is seated on a bench beside a seedy stranger. The seedy stranger, half to himself.
Har! Well, there's one comfort, these 'ere Guelphs'll get noticed to quit 'fore we're much older.
Mr. Whiterose, surprised.
You say so? Then you too are of the Young England party. I am rejoiced to hear it. You cheer me. It is a sign that the good cause is advancing.
The seedy stranger.
Advancin'? I believe yer. Why, I know a dozen and more as are workin' 'art and soul for it.
Mr. Whiterose.
You do? We are making strides indeed.
Our England has suffered these usurpers too long. The seedy stranger.
You're right, but we'll chuck 'em out afore long, and it'll be over goes the show with the lot, eh?
Mr. Whiterose.
I had no idea that the intelligent artisan classes were so heartily with us.
We must talk more of this. Come and see me. Bring your friends, all you can depend on. Here is my card. The seedy stranger, putting the card in the lining of his hat.
Right, guv'nor, we'll come. I wish there was more gents like yer, I do.
Mr. Whiterose. We are united by a common bond. We both detest, do we not, the Hanoverian interlopers? We are both pledged never to rest until we have brought back the throne of our beloved England, her lawful sovereign lady, uncovering, our gracious Mary of Austria Este, the legitimate descendant of Charles the Blessed Martyr. The seedy stranger.
'Old on, guv'nor. Me and my friends are with yer so fur as doin' away with these 'ere hidle Guelphs, but blow yer Mary of Austria, yer know, blow her.
Mr. Whiterose, horrified. Hush! This is rank treason. Remember, she is the lineal descendant of the House of Stuart. The seedy stranger.
What of it? There won't be no lineal descendants when we get har way, because there won't be nothin' to descend to nobody. The honly survivin' we mean to 'ave is the people, the democracy. But there, you're young. Me and my friends'll soon tork you over to har way o' thinkin'. I dessay we hain't fur apart as it is. I got your address, and we'll drop over on yer some night, never fear. No hevenin' dress, o' course?
Mr. Whiterose. Of course. I'll look out for you, but I'm seldom in, hardly ever, in fact. The seedy stranger.
Don't you fret about that. Me and my friends ain't nothin' partic'lar to do just now. We'll wait for yer. I should like yer to know old Bob Gabb. You should hear that feller goin' on agin the Guelphs when he's 'ad a little booze. It'd do yer 'art good. Well, I only come in 'ere as a delegate like, to report, and I seen enough. So, 'ere's good day to yer.
Mr. Whiterose. Alone. I shall have to change my rooms, and I was so comfortable. Well, well, another sacrifice to the cause. End of Section 5. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 6 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 6. At the Royal Academy. In the vestibule. Visitors ascending staircase, full of enthusiasm and energetic determination not to miss a single picture, encounter people descending in various stages of mental and physical exhaustion. At the turnstiles, two friends meet unexpectedly. Both being shy men who, with timely notice, would have preferred to avoid one another, their greetings are marked by an unnatural effusion and followed by embarrassed silence. First Shy Man, to break the spell.
Odd, our running up against one another like this, eh?
Second Shy Man.
Oh, very odd.
Looks about him irresolutely, and wonders if it would be decent to pass on. Decides it would hardly do.
Great place for meeting, the Academy, though.
First Shy Man.
Yes, sure to come across somebody, sooner or later.
Laughs nervously, and wishes the other would go. Second Shy Man, seeing that his friend lingers.
This is your first visit here?
First Shy Man.
Yes, couldn't very well get away before, you know.
Feels apologetic, without exactly knowing why. Second Shy Man.
It's my first visit, too.
Sees no escape, and resigns himself.
We may as well go round together, eh?
First Shy Man, who was afraid this was coming, heartily.
Good. By the way, I always think, on a first visit, it's best to take a single room and do that thoroughly.
This has only just occurred to him. Second Shy Man, who had been intending to follow that plan himself.
Oh, do you? Now, for my part, I don't attempt to see anything thoroughly the first time. Just scamper through, glance at the things one oughtn't to miss, get a general impression, and come away. Then, if I don't happen to come again, I've always done it, you see. But, considerately, look here, don't let me drag you about if you'd rather not. First Shy Man.
Oh, but I shouldn't like to feel I was any tie on you. Don't you mind about me. I shall potter about in here for hours, I dare say.
Second Shy Man.
Well,
with vague consolation,
I shall always know where to find you, I suppose.
First Shy Man, brightening visibly.
Oh dear, yes. I shan't be far away.
They part with mutual relief, only tempered by the necessity of following the course they have respectively prescribed for themselves. Nemesis overtakes the second Shy Man in the next gallery, when he is captured by a desultory enthusiast, who insists upon dragging him all over the place to see obscure bits and gems, which are only to be appreciated by wricking the neck or stooping painfully. A Suburban Lady, to Female Friend.
Oh dear, how stupid of me! I quite forgot to bring a pencil. Oh, thank you, dear, that will do beautifully. It's just a little blunt, but so long as I can mark with it, you know. You don't think we should avoid the crush if we began at the end room? Well, perhaps it is less confusing to begin at the beginning and work steadily through.
In Gallery Number 1. A small group has collected before Mr. Wiley's Davy Jones's locker, which they inspect solemnly for some time before venturing to commit themselves to any opinion. First Visitor, after devoting his whole mind to the subject.
Why, it's the bottom of the sea, at least.
More cautiously.
That's what it seems to be intended for.
Second Visitor.
And very well done, too. I wonder, now, how he managed to stay down long enough to paint all that.
Third Visitor.
Practice, I suppose. I've seen writing done under water myself, but that was a tank.
Fourth Visitor, presumably in profound allusion to the fishes and sea anemones.
Well, they seem to be having it all their own way down there, don't they?
The group, feeling that this remark sums up the situation, disperses. The Suburban Lady, her pencil in full play.
Number 93. Now what's that about? Oh, Forbidden Sweets. Yes, to be sure. Isn't that charming? Those two dear little tots having their tea, and the kitten with its head stuck in the jam pot, and the label and all, and the sticky spoon on the nursery tablecloth, so natural. I really must mark that.
Awards this distinction.
97. Going up top. Yes, of course. Look, Lucy dear, that little fellow has just answered a question, and his master tells him he may go to the top of the class. Do you see? And the big boy looking so sulky. He's wishing he had learnt his lesson better. I do think it's so clever, all the different expressions. Yes, I shall certainly mark that.
In Gallery number 2. The Suburban Lady, doubtfully.
Number 156. Cloud chariots? Not very like chariots, though, are they?
Her friend.
I expect it's one of those sort of pictures that you have to look at a long time, and then things gradually come out of it, you know.
The Suburban Lady.
It may be.
Tries the experiment.
No, I can't make anything come out. Only just clouds and their reflections.
Struggling between good nature and conscientiousness.
I don't think I can mark that.
In Gallery number 3. A Matron. Before Mr. Dixie's Tannhäuser.
Venus and Tannhäuser. Ah, and is that Venus on the stretcher? Oh, that's her, all on fire in the background. Then which is Tannhäuser, and what are they all supposed to be doing?
In a tone of irritation. Her nephew. Oh, it tells you all about it in the catalogue. He meets her funeral, you know, and leaves grow on his stick. The Matron, pursing her lips.
Oh, a dead person.
Repulses the catalogue severely and passes on. First person, with an eye for art, before Psyche's bath by the President.
Not bad, eh?
Second person, etc.
No, I rather like it.
Feels that he is growing too lenient.
He doesn't give you a very good idea of marble, though.
First person, etc.
No, that's not marble, and he always puts too many folds in his drapery to suit me.
First person, etc.
Just what I always say, it's not natural, you know.
They pass on, much pleased with themselves and one another. A Fiancé halting before a seascape by Mr. Henry Moore to Fiancée.
Here, I say, hold on a bit. What's this one?
Fiancée, who doesn't mean to waste the whole afternoon over pictures.
Why, it's only a lot of waves. Come on.
The Suburban Lady.
Lucy, this is rather nice. Breakfast for the Porth.
Pondering.
I think there must be a mistake in the catalogue. I don't see any breakfast things. They're cleaning fish, and what's a Porth? Would you mark that or not?
Her companion.
Oh, I think so.
The Suburban Lady.
I don't know. I've marked such a quantity already, and the lead won't hold out much longer. Oh, it's by Hook, R.A. Then I suppose it's sure to be all right. I've marked it, dear.
Duet by two dreadfully severe young ladies who paint a little on china.
Oh, my dear, look at that! Did you ever see such a thing? Isn't it too perfectly awful? And there's a thing. Do come and look at this horror over here. A study, indeed. I should just think it was. Oh, Maggie, don't be so satirical, or I shall die. No, but do just see this. Isn't it killing? They get worse and worse every year, I declare.
And so on. In Gallery number 5. Two prosaic persons come upon a little picture by Mr. Swan of a boy lying on a rock, piping to fishes. First prosaic person.
That's a rum thing.
Second prosaic person.
Yes, I wasn't aware myself that fishes were so partial to music.
First prosaic person.
They may be, out there.
Perceiving that the boy is unclad.
but it's peculiar altogether. They look like herrings to me.
Second prosaic person.
Yes, or mackerel, but
Tolerantly.
I suppose it's a fancy subject.
They consider that this absolves them from taking any further interest in it, and pass on. In Gallery number 11. An old lady, who judges art from a purely moral standpoint, halts approvingly before a picture of a female orphan.
Now that really is a nice picture, my dear. A plain black dress and white cuffs. Just what I like to see in a young person.
The Suburban Lady, her enthusiasm greatly on the wane, and her temper slightly affected.
Lucy, I wish you wouldn't worry so. It's quite impossible to stop and look at everything. If you wanted your tea as badly as I do... Mark that one? What, when they neither of them have a single thing on? Never, Lucy, and I'm surprised that you're suggesting it. Oh, you meant the next one. No, I can't say I care for it. Well, if I do mark it, I shall only put a tick, for it really is not worth a cross.
Coming out. The man who always makes the right remark.
Haven't seen anything I could carry away with me.
His flippant friend.
Too many people about, eh? Never mind, old chap. You may manage to sneak an umbrella downstairs. I won't say anything.
Disgust of his companion, who descends stairs in offended silence as scene closes. End of Section 6. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 7 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 7. At the Horse Show. Time about 3:30. Leaping competition about to begin. The competitors are ranged in a line at the upper end of the hall, while the attendants place the hedges in position. Amongst the spectators in the area are a saturnine stableman from the country, a cockney groom, a morbid man, a man who is apparently under the impression that he is the only person gifted with sight, a critic who is extremely severe upon other people's seats, a judge of horseflesh, and two women who can't see as well as they could wish. The descriptive man.
They've got both the fences up now, do you see? There's the judges going to start the jumping. Each rider's got a ticket with his number on his back, see? The first man's horse don't seem to care about jumping this afternoon. See how he's dancing about? Now he's going at it. There, he's cleared it. Now he'll have to jump the next one. Keeps up a running fire of these instructive and valuable observations throughout the proceedings. The judge of horseflesh.
Rare good shoulders that one has.
The severe critic, taking the remark to apply to the horse's rider.
Yes, rather. Pity he sticks his elbows out quite so much, though.
His friend regards him in silent astonishment. Another competitor clears a fence, but exhibits a considerable amount of daylight. The saturnine stableman, encouragingly.
You'll have to set back a bit next journey, governor.
The cockney groom.
Horses would jump better if the fences was a bit higher.
The saturnine stableman.
There'll be plenty high enough for some on 'em.
The severe critic.
Ugly seat that fellow has, all anyhow when the horse jumps.
Judge of horseflesh. Has he? I didn't notice. I was looking at the horse. Severe critic feels snubbed. The saturnine stableman. Soothingly, as the competitor with the loose seat comes round again.
That's not good, governor.
The cockney groom.
Here's a little bit of fashion coming down next. Why, there's quite a boy on his back.
The saturnine stableman.
He won't be on him long if he don't look out. Cup and ball, I call it.
The Morbid Man.
I suppose there's always a accident o' some sort before they're finished.
First Woman.
Oh, don't, for goodness sake, talk like that. I'm sure I don't want to see nothing happen.
Second Woman.
Well, you may make your mind easy, for you won't see nothing here. You would have it this was the best place to come to.
First Woman.
I only said there was no sense in paying extra for the balcony when you can go in the area for nothing.
Second Woman, snorting.
Area, indeed. It might be a good deal airier than what it is, I'm sure. I shall melt if I stay here much longer.
The Morbid Man.
There's always one thing about being so close to the jump as this. If the 'orse jumps sideways, as 'osses will do every now and then, he'll be right in among us before we know where we are, and then there'll be a pretty howdy-do.
A Second Woman, to her friend.
Oh, come away, do. It's bad enough to see nothing, let alone having a great 'orse coming down atop of us, and me coming out in my best bonnet, too. Come away.
They leave. The Descriptive Man.
Now they're going to make 'em do some in and out jumping, see? They're putting the fences close together. That'll puzzle some of 'em. Ah, he's over both of 'em, very clean, that one jumps. Over again, he's got to do it all twice, you see.
The Judge of Horseflesh. Temperate horse, that chestnut. The Severe Critic.
Is he, though? But I suppose they have to be here, eh? Not allowed champagne or whiskey or anything before they go in, like they are in a race course?
The Judge of Horseflesh. No, they insist on every horse taking the pledge before they'll enter him. The Descriptive Man.
Each of 'em's had a turn at the in and out jump now. What's coming next? Oh, the 5-barred gate. They're going over that now, and the stone wall. See them putting the bricks on top? That's to raise it.
The Morbid Man.
None of 'em been off yet, but,
hopefully,
there'll be a nasty fall or two over this business. There's been many a neck broke over a lower gate than that.
A competitor clears the gate easily, holding the reins casually in his right hand. The Judge of Horseflesh. That man can ride. The Severe Critic.
Pretty well, and not what I call business, though going over a gate with one hand like that.
The Judge of Horseflesh. Didn't know you were such an authority. The Severe Critic, modestly.
Oh, I can tell when a fellow has a good seat. I used to ride a good deal at one time. Don't get the chance much now, worse luck.
The Judge of Horseflesh. Well, I can give you a chance, as it happens. Severe Critic accepts with enthusiasm, and the inward reflection that the chance is much less likely to come off than he is himself. You wait till the show is over, and they let the horses in for exercise. I know a man who's got a cob here. Regular little devil to go. Bucks a bit at times. But you won't mind that. I'll take you round to the stall, and get my friend to let you try him on the tan. How will that do you, eh? The Severe Critic, almost speechless with gratitude.
Oh, it will do me right enough. Capital. That is, it would if I hadn't an appointment, and had my riding things on, and wasn't feeling rather out of sorts, and hadn't promised to go home and take my wife in the park, and it's her birthday, too, and then I've long made it a rule never to mount a strange horse, and, so you understand how it is, don't you?
The Judge of Horseflesh. Quite, my dear fellow, as, for that matter, he has done from the first. The Cockney Groom, alluding to a man who's riding at the gate.
Here's a rough 'un this bloke's on.
Horses rise at gate. His rider shouts, "Who over?" and the gate falls amidst general derision.
Over? I should just think it was over.
The Saturnine Stableman, as horseman passes.
You needn't ha hooed for that much.
The small boy, precariously perched on an immense animal, follows. His horse, becoming unmanageable, declines the gate and leaps the hurdle at the side. The Saturnine Stableman.
Ah, you're a artful lad, you are. Thought you'd take it where it was easiest, eh?
You'll have to go back and try again, you will.
Chorus of sympathetic bystanders.
Take him at it again, boy.
You're all right.
Hold him in tighter, my lad.
Let your reins out a bit.
Lor, they didn't ought to let a boy like that ride. He ain't no more hold on that big horse than if he was a fly on him. Keep his head straighter next time.
Enough to try a boy's nerve,
etc., etc. The boy takes the horse back, and eventually clears the gate, amidst immense and well-deserved applause. The Morbid Man, disappointed.
Well, I fully expected to see 'im took off on a shutter.
The Descriptive Man.
It's the water jump next, see? That's it in the middle. There's the water underneath the hedge. They'll have to clear the 'ole of that, or else fall in and get a wetting. They've taken all the horses round to the other entrance. They'll come in from that side directly.
One of the judges holds up his stick as a signal. Wild shouts of "Hoy, hoy, whoosh!" from within, as a competitor dashes out and clears hedge and ditch by a foot or two. Deafening applause. A second horseman rides at it and lands, if the word is allowable, neatly in the water. Roars of laughter as he scrambles out. The Morbid Man.
Call that a brook? It ain't a couple of inches deep. It's more mud than water. No fear
(he means no hope)
of any on 'em gettin' a ducking over that.
And so, it turns out, the horses take the jump with more or less success, but without a single saddle being vacated. The proceedings terminate for the afternoon, amidst demonstrations of hearty satisfaction from all but the Morbid Man, who had expected there would have been more to see. End of Section 7, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybart.blogspot.com. Section 8 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 8. At a Dance. The hostess is receiving her guests at the head of the staircase. A conscientiously literal man presents himself. Hostess, with a gracious smile and her eyes directed to the people immediately behind him. So glad you were able to come. How do you do? The conscientiously literal man. Well, if you had asked me that question this afternoon, I should have said I was in for a severe attack of malarial fever. I had all the symptoms, but about 7 o'clock this evening they suddenly passed off, and perceives to his surprise that his hostess's attention is wandering, and decides to tell her the rest later in the evening. Mr. Clumpsole.
How do you do, Miss Thistledown? Can you give me a dance?
Miss Thistledown, who has danced with him before, once.
With pleasure. Let me see. The third extra after supper? Don't forget.
Miss Bruskley, to Major Urser.
Afraid I can't give you anything just now, but if you see me standing about later on, you can come and ask me again, you know.
Mr. Boldover, glancing eagerly round the room as he enters, and soliloquizing mentally.
She ought to be here by this time if she's coming. Can't see her, though. She's certainly not dancing. There's her sister over there with the mother. She hasn't come, or she'd be with them. Poor-looking lot of girls here to-night. Don't think much of this music. Get away as soon as I can. No, go about the thing. Hooray, there she is, after all. Jolly waltz this is they're playing. How pretty she's looking, how pretty. All the girls are looking. If I can only get her to give me one dance and sit out most of it somewhere, I feel as if I could talk to her to-night. By Jove, I'll try it.
Watches his opportunity, and is cautiously making his way towards his divinity, when he is intercepted. Mrs. Grappleton.
Mr. Boldover, I do believe you are going to cut me.
Mr. Boldover protests and apologizes.
Well, I forgive you. I've been wanting to have another talk with you for ever so long. I've been thinking so much of what you said that evening about Browning's relation to science and the supernatural. Suppose you take me downstairs for an ice or something, and we can have it out comfortably together.
Dismay of Mr. Boldover, who has entirely forgotten any theories he may have advanced on the subject, but has no option but to comply. As he leaves the room with Mrs. Grappleton on his arm, he has a torturing glimpse of Miss Roundarm, apparently absorbed in her partner's conversation. Mr. Senior Rope as he waltzes. Oh, you needn't feel convicted of extraordinary ignorance, I assure you, Miss Featherhead. You would be surprised if you knew how many really clever persons have found that simple little problem of naught divided by 1 too much for them. Would you have supposed, by the way, that there is a reservoir in Pennsylvania containing a sufficient number of gallons to supply all London for 18 months? You don't quite realize it, I see. How many gallons is that? Well, let me calculate roughly, taking the population of London at 4 millions, and the average daily consumption for each individual at... No, I can't work it out with sufficient accuracy while I am dancing. Suppose we sit down, and we'll do it for you on my shirt cuff. Oh, very well, then I'll work it out when I get home, and send you the result to-morrow, if you will allow me. Mr. Culdersack, who has provided himself beforehand with a set of topics for conversation, to his partner as they halt for a moment. Consults some hieroglyphics on his cuff stealthily. Have you read Stanley's book yet? Miss Tabula Raiser.
No, I haven't. Is it interesting?
Mr. Culdersack. I can't say. I've not seen it myself. Shall we, They take another turn. Mr. Culdersack. I suppose you have, been to the... Hesitates between the Academy and the Military Exhibition, decides on latter topic as fresher. Military Exhibition? Miss Tabula Raiser.
No, not yet. What do you think of it?
Mr. Culdersack. Oh, I haven't been either. Do you care to? They take another turn. Mr. Culdersack (after third halt). Do you take any interest in politics? Miss Tabula Raiser.
Not a bit.
Mr. Culdersack (much relieved). No more do I. (Considers that he has satisfied all mental requirements). Let me take you downstairs for an ice. They go. Miss Grappleton (re-entering with Mr. Boldover, after a discussion that has outlasted 2 ices and a plate of strawberries). Well, I thought you would have explained my difficulties better than that. Oh, what a delicious waltz! Doesn't it set you longing to dance? Mr. Boldover, who sees Miss Roundarm in the distance, disengaged.
Yes, I really think I must.
Preparing to escape. Mrs. Grappleton. I'm getting such an old thing that really I oughtn't to, but, well, just this once, as my husband isn't here. Mr. Boldover resigns himself to necessity once more. First Chaperone to Second Ditto.
How sweet it is of your eldest girl to dance with that absurd Mr. Clumpsole. It's really too bad of him to make such an exhibition of her. One can't help smiling at them.
Second Chaperone.
Oh, Ethel never can bear to hurt anyone's feelings. So different from some girls. By the way, I've not seen your daughter dancing to-night. Men who dance are so scarce nowadays. I suppose they think they have the right to be a little fastidious.
First Chaperone.
Bella has been out so much this week that she really doesn't care to dance except with a really first-rate partner. She is not so easily pleased as your Ethel, I'm afraid.
Second Chaperone.
Ethel is young, you see, and when one is pressed so much to dance, one can hardly refuse, can one? When she has had as many seasons as Bella, she will be less energetic, I dare say.
Mr. Boldover has at last succeeded in approaching Miss Roundarm, and even in inducing her to sit out a dance with him; but, having led her to a convenient alcove, he finds himself totally unable to give any adequate expression to the rapture he feels at being by her side. Mr. Boldover determined to lead up to it somehow.
I was rather thinking,
He meant to say devoutly hoping, but to his own bitter disgust it comes out like this:
I should meet you here to night.
Miss Roundarm.
Were you? Why?
Mr. Boldover, with a sudden dread of going too far just yet.
Oh,
Carelessly.
you know how one does wonder who will be at a place and who won't.
Miss Roundarm.
No, indeed I don't. How does one wonder?
Mr. Boldover, with a vague notion of implying a complimentary exception in her case.
Oh, well, generally,
With the fatal tendency of a shy man to a sweeping statement.
one may be pretty sure of meeting just the people one least wants to see, you know.
Miss Roundarm.
And so you thought you would probably see me? I see.
Mr. Boldover, overwhelmed with confusion, and not in the least knowing what he says.
No, I didn't think that. I hoped you mightn't. I was afraid you might.
Stops short, oppressed by the impossibility of explaining. Miss Roundarm.
You are not very complimentary to night, are you?
Mr. Boldover.
I can't pay compliments to you. I don't know how it is, but I never can talk to you as I can to other people.
Miss Roundarm.
Are you amusing when you are with other people?
Mr. Boldover.
At all events, I can find things to say to them.
Enter another man. Another man (to Miss Roundarm). Our dance, I think. Miss Roundarm, who had intended to get out of it.
I was wondering if you ever meant to come for it.
To Mr. Boldover, as they rise.
Now I shan't feel I am depriving the other people.
Perceives the speechless agony in his expression, and relents.
Well, you can have the next after this if you care about it. Only do try to think of something in the meantime.
As she goes off.
You will, won't you?
Mr. Boldover, to himself.
She's given me another chance. If only I can rise to it. Let me see. What shall I begin with? I know. Supper. She hasn't been down yet.
His hostess.
Oh, Mr. Boldover, you're not dancing this. Do be good and take some one down to supper. Those poor chaperons are dying for some food.
Miss Boldover takes down a matron whose repast is protracted through 3 waltzes and a set of lancers. He comes up to find Miss Roundarm gone, and the musicians putting up their instruments. Coachman at door, to linkmen, as Mr. Boldover goes down the steps.
That's the lot, Jim.
Mr. Boldover walks home, wishing the park gates were not shut so as to render the Serpentine inaccessible. End of Section 8, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 9 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 9. At the British Museum. In the sculpture galleries. Sightseers discovered drifting languidly along in a state of depression, only tempered by the occasional exercise of the right of every free-born Briton to criticize whenever he fails to understand. The general tone is that of faintly amused and patronizing superiority. A burly sightseer, with a red face, inspecting group representing Mithras sacrificing a bull.
That may be Mithras's notion of making a clean job of it, but it ain't mine.
A woman, examining a fragment from base of sculptured column with a puzzled expression as she reads the inscription.
Lower portion of female figure, probably a bacchante, Well, how they know who it's intended for when there ain't more than a bit of her skirt left beats me.
Her Companion.
Oh, I suppose they've got to put a name to it o' some sort.
An Intelligent Artisan. Out for the day with his fiancée, reading from pedestal. Part of a group of Astrala, no, Astraga, Lizontes. That's what they are, yer see. Fiancée.
But who were they?
The Intelligent Artisan. Well, I can't tell yer, not for certain, but I expect they'd be the people who inhabited Astragalizontia. Fiancée.
Was that what they used to call Australia before it was discovered?
They come to the Clydebust.
Why, if that isn't the same head Mrs. Megal has under a glass shade in her front window, only smaller, and hers is alabaster too. But fancy them going and copying it, and I dare say without so much as a by your leave or thank you.
The Intelligent Artisan, reading. Portrait of Antonia, sister-in-law of the Emperor Tiberius, in the character of Clytie turning into a sunflower. Fiancée.
Lor, they did queer things in those days, didn't they?
Stopping before another bust.
Who's that?
The Intelligent Artisan.
Ed of Ariadne.
Fiancée, slightly surprised.
What? Not young Adney down our street? I didn't know as he'd been took in stone.
The Intelligent Artisan.
How do you suppose they'd have young Adney in among this lot? Why, that's antique.
Fiancée.
Well, I was thinking it looked more like a female, but if it's meant for old Mr. Teak, the shipbuilder's daughter, it flatters her up considerable, and besides, I always understood as her name was Betsy.
The Intelligent Artisan.
No, no, what a girl you are for getting things wrong. That Ed was cut out years and years ago.
Fiancée.
Well, she's gone off since, that's all. But I wonder at old Mr. Teak letting it go out of the family instead of putting it on his mantelpiece, along with the lustres and the 2 chiny dogs.
The Intelligent Artisan, with ungallant candour.
Ark at you! Why, you ain't much more sense nor a chiny dog yourself.
Moralizing Matron, before the Venus of Ostia.
And to think of the poor ignorant Greeks worshipping a shameless hussy like that! It's a pity they hadn't someone to teach them more respectable notions. Well, well, it ought to make us thankful we don't live in those benighted times, that it ought.
A connoisseur, after staring at a colossal Greek lion.
A lion, eh? Well, it's another proof to my mind that the ancients hadn't got very far in the statuary line. Now, if you want to see a stone lion done true to nature, you've only to walk any day along the Euston Road.
A practical man.
I dare say it's a fine collection enough, but it's a pity the things aren't more perfect. I should ha' thought with so many odds and ends and rubbish lying about as is no use to nobody at present, they might ha' used it up in mending some that only requires a arm here, or a leg there, or a 'ead and what not, to make them as good as ever. But catch them, he means the officials, taking any extra trouble if they can help it.
His Companion.
Ah, but yer see it ain't so easy fitting on bits that belong to something different. You've got to look at it that way.
The Practical Man.
I don't see no difficulty about it. Why, any stone mason could cut down the odd pieces to fit well enough, and they wouldn't have such a neglected appearance as they do now.
A group has collected round a gigantic arm in red granite. First Sightseer.
There's a arm for yer.
Second Sightseer, a humorist.
Yes, how would yer like to 'ave that come a punchin' your head?
Third Sightseer, thoughtfully.
I expect they've put it up 'ere as a sarmple like.
The Moralizing Patron.
How it makes one realize that there were giants in those days.
Her Friend.
But surely the size must be a little exaggerated, don't you think? Oh, is this the god Ptah?
The moralizing matron says nothing, but clicks her tongue to express a grieved pity, after which she passes on. The intelligent artisan and his fiancée have entered the Nineveh Gallery, and are regarding an immense human-headed winged bull. The intelligent artisan (indulgently).
Rum-looking sort of beast, that 'ere.
Fiancée.
Yes, I wonder if it's a likeness of some animal they used to 'ave then.
The intelligent artisan.
I did think you was wider than that. It's only imaginative. What'd be the good o' wings to a bull?
Fiancée (on her defence).
You think you know so much, but it's got a man's 'ead, ain't it? And I know there used to be 'orses with 'alf a man where the 'ead ought to be, because I've seen their pictures. So there.
The intelligent artisan.
I don't know what you've got where your 'ed ought to be, torking such rot.
In the upper gallery's ethnographical section. The Grim Governess (directing a scared small boy's attention to a particularly hideous mask).
See, Henry, it's the kind of mask worn by savages.
Henry.
Always or only on the 5th of November, Miss Goole?
He records a mental vow never to visit a savage island on Guy Fawkes's day, and makes a prolonged study of the mask with a view to future nightmares. A kind but dense uncle (to niece).
All these curious things were made by cannibals, Ethel. Savages who eat one another, you know.
Ethel (suggestively).
But I suppose, Uncle, they wouldn't eat one another if they had any one to give them buns, would they?
Her uncle discusses the suggestion elaborately, but without appreciating the hint. The governess has caught sight of a huge and hideous Hawaiian idol, with a furry orange coloured head, big mother o' pearl eyes, and black balls for the pupils, and a grinning mouth picked out with shark's teeth, to which she introduces the horrified Henry. Miss Goole.
Now, Henry, you see the kind of idol the poor savages say their prayers to?
Harry (tremulously).
But not just before they go to bed, do they, Miss Goole?
Among the mummies. The uncle.
That's King Ramsay's mummy, Ethel.
Ethel.
And what was her name, Uncle?
The governess (halting before a case containing a partially unrolled mummy, the spine and thigh of which are exposed to view).
Fancy, Henry, that's part of an Egyptian who has been dead for thousands of years. Why, you're not frightened, are you?
Harry (shaking).
No, I'm not frightened, Miss Goole. Only, if you don't mind, I'd rather see a gentleman not quite so dead. And there's one over there with a gold face and glass eyes, and he looked at me, and please, I don't think this is the place to bring such a little boy as me to.
A party is examining a case of mummied animals. The Leader.
Here you are, you see, mummy cats. Don't they look comical, all stuck up in a row there?
The First Woman.
Dear, dear, to think o' going to all that expense when they might have had them stuffed on a cushion. And monkeys and dogs too. Well, I'm sure, fancy that now.
A Second Woman.
And there's a mummied crocodile down there. I don't see what they'd want with a mummy crocodile, do you?
The Leader (with an air of perfect comprehension of Egyptian customs).
Well, you see, they took whatever they could get hold of, they did.
In the prehistoric gallery. Old Lady (to policeman).
Oh, policeman, can you tell me if there's any article here that's supposed to have belonged to Adam?
Policeman (a wag in his way).
Well, mum, we have 'ad the handle of his spade and the brim of his garden hat, but they wore out last year and had to be thrown away. Things won't last for ever, even 'ere, you know.
Going out. A peevish old man.
I haven't seen anything to call worth seeing. I ain't. In our museum at 'ome they've a lamb with 6 legs, and hairy light stones as big as cannonballs, but there ain't none of that sort 'ere, and I'm dog tired traipsing over these boards, I am.
His daughter, a candid person.
I ought to ha' known it weren't much good taking you out to enjoy yourself. You're too old, you are.
Ethel's uncle, cheerily. Well, Ethel, I think we've seen all there is to be seen, eh? Ethel.
There's one room we haven't been to yet, Uncle dear.
Uncle. Huh, and what's that? Ethel, persuasively.
The refreshment room.
The hint is accepted at last. End of Section 9. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 10 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 10. The Travelling Menagerie. Outside. A crowd is staring stolidly at the gorgeously gilded and painted entrance with an affectation of superior wisdom to that of the weaker minded, who sneak apologetically up the steps from time to time. A tall hatted orchestra have just finished a tune and hung their brazen instruments up like joints on the hooks above them. A woman carrying an infant to her husband.
Will he go in, Joe?
Joe, who is secretly burning to see the show.
Nah, seen it all afore, orphan enough. The outside's the best of it, I reckon.
His wife, disappointed.
So 'tis, and no charge for looking at un, neither.
The Proprietor.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember, this is positively the last opportunity of witnessing Denman's celebrated menagerie, the largest in the known world. The lecturer is now describing the animals, after which Milady's Cravache and Zambongo, the famous African lion tamers, will go through their daring feats with forest-bred lions, tigers, bears, and hyenas, for the last time in this town. Remember, the last performance this evening.
Joe, to his wife.
If you'd like to have a look at 'em, I wouldn't say nay to it.
His wife.
I dunno as I care particular about which way 'tis.
Joe, annoyed.
Bide where he be, then.
His wife.
Here's the child, Joe, to be sure.
Joe.
Well, we bain't a-goin' in, and so the child won't come to no harm, and there's a hin to it.
His wife.
Nay, she'd lay in my arms as quiet as quiet. I were only thinkin', Joe, as it 'ud be something to tell her when she were a big gal, as her daddy took her to see the wild beasties afore iver she could tark. That's all I were meanin', Joe, and to let her go in free, too.
Joe.
Ay, and that'll be fine tellin's for her, sure enough. Come on, missus, we'll take the babby in. Happen she'll niver get the chance again.
They mount the steps eagerly. Inside. Joe's wife, with a vague sense of being defrauded.
I thart there'd ha' been more smell, wi' so many on 'em.
Joe.
They don't get not time for it, I reckon. Allus on the road as they be.
The Lecturer.
Allow me to request your kind attention for a moment. Stand back there, you boys, and don't behave in such a silly manner. We are now arrived at the Haswail, or Sloth Bear, described by Buffon as having habits which make it a burden to itself.
Severely.
The Haswail. In the adjoining cage observe the Leucorix, the honey animal to whom fear is absolutely unknown. When attacked by the lion, he places his head between his forelegs, and in that position awaits the onset of his would-be destroyer.
Joe's wife.
I thought it were the ostrich as acted that way.
Joe.
Ostriches ain't gotten they long twisted horns as iver I heard on.
His wife, stepping before another den.
Oh, my blessed! Here be a queer-looking critter. Do 'ee look at un, Joe. What'll he be, now?
How do 'ee suppose as I be going to tell 'ee the name of un? He'll likely be a sort of arse.
Dubiously. His wife.
They've let un get wonderfully untidy, for sure.
Here, mister, to stranger, can you tell us the name of that dear hanimal?
Stranger. That? Oh, that's a gnu. Joe's wife.
He says it be a new.
Joe.
A new what?
His wife.
Why, a new hanimal, I suppose.
Joe.
Well, he ain't no improvement on the Holdens, as I can see. They'd better ha' left it alone if they couldn't do no better nor him. Dunno what things they be coming to, inventin' o' new hanimals at this time o' day.
Before another cage. A boozed and argumentative rustic.
I says as that un's a fox, and I'm ready to prove it on any man.
A companion, soothingly.
No, no, he bain't new fox. I dunno what 'tis, but 'tain't no fox, nohow.
Boozed and argumentative rustic.
I tell 'ee 'tis a fox, I'm sure on it.
To mild visitor.
Bain't 'ee a fox, master, eh?
Mild visitor.
Well, really, if you ask me, I should say it was a hyena.
The rustic's companion.
A hyena? That's a deal more like, saw 'tis.
The rustic.
A pianner? Do 'ee take me ver a vool? I'll neck the 'ead orf o' the man as plays his priskies wi' me, I wull. Where be 'ee? Let me get at 'un.
Mild visitor, not being prepared to defend his opinion by personal combat, discreetly loses himself in the crowd. On the elephant's back. Second boy.
Sit a bit more for'ard, Billy, can't 'ee?
First boy.
Can't, I tell 'ee. I be sittin' on the scruff of his neck as 'tis.
Third boy.
I can see my vather, I can. Here, vather, vather, look at me. See where I be?
Fourth boy, a candid friend.
Shut up, can't 'ee, ya young gozzlehead? Think your vather never see a hoss on a helephant afore?
Fifth boy.
These your helephants be main stratty ridin'. I wish he wouldn't walk only one half of 'un at once, like. What do he mean a kitchen o' me behind in that way, eh, Jimmy Passons?
Sixth boy.
You'd catch hold of anything if you was like me a sliding down the helephant's tail.
Fifth boy.
If he don't let go o' me, I'll job the helephant's ribs and make 'un gallop. I will. So now, Jimmy Passons.
In front of the lion's den during performance. Various speakers.
Where be he pushing to? Car that manner's scrounging like that. I can't see nothing, I can't, with all the hats in front.
What be going on, do 'ee know? A woman going in along o' they lions and tigerses. No, ye niver mane it. Bain't she a leatherin' of 'un too? Now she be a kissin' and making it oop like.
John, you can see better nor me. What be she oop to now?
Puttin' her head inside o' the lions. Ah, dear me, now there's a thing to be doin' of. Well, I'd ruther it was her nor me, I know that.
They won't do her no harm so long as she keeps her high on 'em.
What do 'ee talk so foolish for? How's the woman to keep her high on 'em with her head down one 'em's throat, eh? Gracious alive, if ever I did.
Ooh, I do 'ope she ain't goin' to let off no firearms. I be more feared o' pistols nor any tigers.
There, she's out now. She be bold for a female, bain't her?
She never made 'em jump through no blazin' hoops, though. What Carl would she have for doin' that? Well, they've a dreared of her doin' it houtside, that's all I know.
And they've a dreared had 'em outside in namin' of the hanimals. But ye didn't expect to see that doin' inside, did ye? Bob, do 'ee look at old Muster Manders over theer by the helephant. He's a makin' of hisself that familiar, puttin' biscuits between his lips and lettin' the helephant take 'em out with's trunk.
I see un. Let un alone. The whole doiter happen he thinks he's a feedin' his canary bird.
End of Section 10. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 11 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 11. At the Regent Street Tussauds. Before the effigy of Dr. Koch, who is represented in the act of examining a test tube with the expression of bland blamelessness peculiar to wax models. Well-informed visitor. That's Dr. Koch making his great discovery. Unscientific visitor.
What did he discover?
Well-informed visitor. Why, the consumption bacillus. He's got it in that bottle he's holding up. Unscientific visitor.
And what's the good of it, now he has discovered it?
Well-informed visitor. Good? Why, it's the thing that causes consumption, you know. Unscientific visitor.
Then it's a pity he didn't leave it alone.
Before a scene representing the home life at Sandringham. First old lady, with catalogue.
It says here that the note the page is handing may have come from Sir Dighton Probyn, the Comptroller of the Royal Household. Fancy that!
Second old lady.
He's brought it in his fingers. Now that's a thing I never allow in my house. I always tell Sarah to bring all letters, and even circulars, in on a tray.
Before a scene representing the late Fred Archer on a rather quaint quadruped on Ascot Racecourse. A sportsman. Archer, eh? Shouldn't have backed his mount in that race. Before the library at Hawarden. Gladstonian enthusiast. To friend, who, with the perverse ingenuity of patrons of waxworks, has been endeavouring to identify the Reverend John Wesley among the cabinet in Downing Street.
Oh, never mind all that lot, Betsy. They're only the government. Here's dear Mr. and Mrs. Gladstone on his next. See, he's looking for something in a drawer of his sideboard. Ain't that natural? And only look, a lot of people have been leaving Christmas cards on him.
A pretty and touching tribute of affection which is eminently characteristic of a warm-hearted public.
I wish I'd thought of bringing one with me.
Her friend.
So do I. We might send one here by post, but it'll have to be a New Year card now.
A strict old lady, before next group.
Who are these two? Mr. Henry Irving and Miss Ellen Terry in Faust, eh? No, I don't care to stop to see them. That's play actin', that is, and I don't hold with it nohow. What are these two parties supposed to be doing of over here? What? Cardinal Newman and Cardinal Manning at the high altar at the Oratory, Brompton. Come along, and don't encourage popery by looking at such figures. I did hear as they'd got Mrs. Piercy in the perambulator somewheres. I should like to see that, now.
In the children's gallery. An aunt who finds the excellent catalogue a mine of useful information.
Look, Bobby dear, reading. Here we have Constantine's cat as seen in the Knights of Straparola, an Italian romanticist whose book was translated into French in the year 1585.
Bobby, disappointed.
Oh, then it isn't Puss in Boots?
A genial grandfather, pausing before Crusoe and Friday.
Well, Percy, my boy, you know who that is at all events, eh?
Percy.
I suppose it is Stanley, but it's not very like.
The genial grandfather.
Stanley? Why, bless my soul, never heard of Robinson Crusoe and his man Friday?
Percy.
Oh, I've heard of 'em, of course. They come in pantomimes, but I'd like more grown-up sort of books myself. You know, is this girl asleep? She?
The genial grandfather.
No, at least, well, I expect it's the Sleeping Beauty. You remember her, of course. All about the ball and the glass slipper and her father picking a rose when the hedge grew round the palace, eh?
Percy.
Ah, you see, grandfather, you had more time for general reading than we get.
He looks through a practicable cottage window.
Hallo, a dog and cat, not badly stuffed.
The genial grandfather.
Why, that must be old Mother Hubbard.
Quoting from memory.
Old Mother Hubbard sat in a cupboard eating a Christmas pie, or a bone, was it?
Percy.
Don't know. It's not in selections from British poetry, which we have to get up for rep.
The Aunt, reading from catalogue.
The absurd ambulations of this antique person and the equally absurd antics of her dog need no recapitulation. Here's Jack the Giant Killer next. Listen, Bobby, to what it says about him. Reads. It is clearly the last transmutation of the old British legend told by Geoffrey of Monmouth of Corineus the Trojan, the companion of the Trojan Brutus when he first settled in Britain. But more than this, I hope you're listening, Bobby, more than this, it is quite evident, even to the superficial student of Greek mythology, that many of the main incidents and ornaments are borrowed from the tales of Hesiod and Homer. Think of that, now!
Bobby thinks of it with depression. The Genial Grandfather, before a figure of Aladdin's uncle selling new lamps for old.
Here you are, you see, Ali Baba. Got 'em all here, you see. Never read your Arabian Nights, either. Is that the way they bring up boys nowadays?
Percy.
Well, the fact is, Grandfather, that unless a fellow reads that kind of thing when he's young, he doesn't get a chance afterwards.
The Aunt, still quoting.
In the famous work, Bobby, by which we know Masudi, he mentions the Persian he's our Afsan nor have commentators failed to notice that the occasion of the book written for the Princess Homai resembles the story told in the Hebrew Bible about Esther, her mother or grandmother, by some Persian Jew 2 or 3 centuries B.C. Well, I never knew that before. This is Sindbad, and the Old Man of the Sea. Let's see what they say about him. Reads. Both the story of Sindbad and the old Basque legend of Tartarar are undoubtedly borrowed from the Odyssey of Homer, whose Iliad and Odyssey were translated into Syriac in the reign of Harun-ur-Rashid. Dear, dear, how interesting now! And, Bobby, what do you think someone says about Jack and the Beanstalk? He says the tale is an allegory of the Teutonic Alfader, the red hen representing the all-producing sun, the money bags, the fertilizing rain, and the harp the winds. Well, I'm sure it seems likely enough, doesn't it?
Bobby suppresses a yawn. Percy's feelings are outraged by receiving a tin trumpet from the Lucky Tub. General move to the scene of the Hampstead tragedy. Before the Hampstead tableau. Spectators.
Dear, dear, there's the dresser, you see, and the window broken and all. It's wonderful how they can do it. And there's poor Mrs. Ogg. It's real butter and a real loaf she's cutting. And the poor baby, too.
Here's the actual cast taken after they were murdered. Oh, and there's Mrs. Piercy wheeling the perambulator. It's the very perambulator. No, not the very one. They've got that at the other place. And the piece of toffee the baby sucked.
Have they really? Oh, we must try to go there too, before the children's holidays are over. And this is all? Well, well, everything very nice, I will say, but a pity they couldn't get the real perambulator.
End of section 11. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 12 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 12. At the Military Exhibition. In the avenue facing the arena. An unreasonable old lady, arriving breathless with her grandson and niece.
This'll be the place the balloon goes up from. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Put the child upon that bench, Maria. We'll stand about here till it begins.
Maria. But I don't see no balloon nor nothing. Which, as the foliage blocks out all but the immediate foreground, is scarcely surprising. The unreasonable old lady.
No more don't I, but it stands to reason that there wouldn't be so many looking on it if it wasn't something to see. We're well enough where we are, and I'm not going further to fare worse to please nobody, so you may do as you like about it.
Maria promptly avails herself of this permission. The unreasonable old lady, a little later.
Well, it's time they did something, I'm sure. Why, the people seem all moving off. And where's that girl Maria got to? Ah, here you are. So you found you were no better off. Next time, perhaps you'll believe what I tell you. Not that there's any war balloons, as I can see.
Maria.
Oh, there was a capital view from where I was, out in the open there.
The unreasonable old lady.
Why couldn't you say so before? Out in the open? Let's go there, then. It's all the same to me.
Maria, with an undutiful giggle.
It's all the same now, wherever you go, 'cause the balloon's gone up.
The unreasonable old lady.
Gone up? What are you telling me, Maria?
Maria.
I see it go. It shot up ever so fast and quite steady, and the people in the car all waved their hats to us. I could see a arm a-waving almost till it got out of sight.
The unreasonable old lady.
And me and this innocent waiting here on the seat like lambs and never dreaming what was going on. Oh, Maria, however you'll reconcile it to your conscience, I don't know.
Maria.
Why, whatever are you pitching into me for?
The unreasonable old lady.
It's not that it's any particular pleasure to me seeing a balloon, though we did get our tea done early to be in time for it. It's the sly deceitfulness of your conduct, Maria, which is all the satisfaction I get for coming out with you. It's the feeling that, well, there, I won't talk about it.
In pursuance of which virtuous resolve, she talks about nothing else for the remainder of the day, until the unfortunate Maria wishes fervently that balloons had never been invented. In the building. An admiring group has collected before an enormous pin-cushion in the form of a fat star about the size of a church hassock. First soldier (to his companion).
Lot of work in that, you know.
Second soldier.
Yes.
Thoughtfully.
Not but what,
becoming critical,
if I'd been doing it myself, I should have chose pins with smaller heads on 'em.
First soldier (regarding this as presumptuous).
You might depend on it the man who made that 'ad his reasons for choosing the pins he did, but there's no pleasing some parties.
Second soldier (apologetically).
Well, I ain't denying the art in it, am I?
First woman.
I do call that handsome, Sarah. See, there's a star and two arps and a crown and I don't know what all, and all done in pins and beads, made by Bandsman Brown, too.
Reading placard. Second woman.
Soldiers is that clever with their hands. £4 seems a deal to ask for it, though.
First woman.
But look at the weeks it must have took him to do.
Reading.
Containing between 10 and 11,000 pins and beads, and 198 pieces of coloured cloth. Why, the pins alone must have cost a deal of money.
Second woman.
Yes, it'd be a pity for it to go somebody as'd want to take 'em out.
First woman.
It ought to be bought up by Government, that it ought. They're well able to afford it.
A second party of Philistines, comprising a young man apparently in the army, and his mother and sister, are examining Mr. Gilbert's Jubilee trophy in a spirit of puzzled antipathy. The mother.
Dear me, and that's the Jubilee centrepiece, is it? What a heavy-looking thing. I wonder what that cost.
Her son gloomily.
Cost? Why, about 2 days' pay for every man in the service.
His mother.
Well, I call it a shame for the army to be fleeced for that thing. Are those creatures intended for mermaids with their tails curled round that glass ball, I wonder?
She sniffs. Her daughter.
I expect it will be crystal, Mother.
Her mother.
Very likely, my dear. But glass or crystal, I see no sense in it.
Daughter.
Oh, it's absurd, of course. Still, this figure isn't badly done. Is it supposed to represent St. George carrying the dragon? Because they've made the dragon no bigger than a salmon.
Mother.
Ah, well, I hope Her Majesty will be better pleased with it than I am, that's all.
After which they fall into ecstasies over an industrial exhibit consisting of a drain pipe, cunningly encrusted with fragments of regimental mess china set in gilded cement. Before a large mechanical clock representing a fortress which is striking. Trumpets sound, detachments of wooden soldiers march in and out of gateways and parade the battlements, clicking for a considerable time. A spectator, with a keen sense of the fitness of things.
What, all that for only 5:30?
overheard in the ambulance department. Spectators passing in front of groups of models arranged in realistic surroundings.
All the faces screwed up to suffering, you see. What a nice patient expression that officer on the stretcher has. Yes, they've given him a wax head. Some of them are only papier-mâché.
Pity they couldn't get nearer their right size in helmets, though, ain't it? There's one chap's given up the ghost.
I know that stuffed elephant. He comes from the Indian jungle at the Colinderies.
I do think it's a pity they couldn't get something more like a mule than this wooden thing. Well, it's quite flat, and its ears are only leather, nailed on.
You can't tell, my dear. It may be a peculiar breed out there, cross between a towel horse and a donkey engine, don't you know?
In the Indian jungle shooting gallery. At the back, amidst tropical scenery, an endless procession of remarkably undeceptive rabbits of painted tin are running rapidly up and down an inclined plane. Birds jerk painfully through the air above, and tin rats, boars, tigers, lions, and ducks, all of the same size, glide swiftly along grooves in the middle distance. In front, commissionaires are busy loading rifles for keen sportsmen, who keep up a lively but somewhat ineffective fusillade. Ariat to Ari.
They have got it up beautiful, I must say. Do you get anything for hitting 'em?
Ari. Only the honor. A father to intelligent small boy in rear of nervous sportsman. No, I ain't seen him hit anything yet, my son, but you watch. That's a rabbit he's aiming at now. Ah, missed him. Small boy.
How do you know what the gentleman's a-aiming at, father?
Father. Ow? Why, you notice which way he points his gun. The nervous sportsman fires again, without results. Small boy.
I saw that time, father. He was a-aiming at one of them ducks, and he missed the rabbit.
The nervous sportsman gives up in disgust. Enter a small party of Aries in high spirits. First Airy.
Hullo, I'm on to this. Here, governor, and give us a gun, and I'll show yer how to shoot.
He takes up his position in happy unconsciousness that playful companions have decorated his coat collar behind with a long piece of white paper. Secondary.
Go in, Jim. You got your marking paper ready anyhow.
Delightful guffaws from the other Aries, in which Jim joins vaguely. Third Airy.
I'll lay you can't knock a rabbit down.
Jim.
I'll lay I can.
Fires. The procession of rabbits goes on undisturbed. Secondary, jocosely.
Never mind, you peppered him. I saw the feathers fly.
Third Airy.
You'd have copped him if you'd been a bit quicker.
Jim, annoyed.
They keep on moving so. They don't give a bloke no chance.
Secondary. Have a go at that old owl, alluding to a tin representation of that fowl which remains stationary among the painted rushes. Third Airy.
No, say if you can't get that stuffed bear. He's only a yard or two away.
An impatient Airy at doorway.
Here, come on, ain't you short enough? Shake a leg, can't yer, Jim?
Secondary.
He's got to kill one of them rabbits first, or pot a tin lion, Jim. You ain't afraid?
Jim.
No, I'm going to get that owl. He's quiet anyway.
Fires. The owl falls prostrate. Secondary.
Got him. Owl's orf. Jim, old man, you must stand drinks round after this.
Exeunt Aries to celebrate their victory in a befitting fashion as scene closes in. End of Section 12. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 13 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 13. At the French Exhibition. Chorus of Arab stall keepers.
Come and look. Allah Ballyboo. It is very cold today. Irish brandy. Here, miss, you come here. No pay for looking. Half a price. Very pretty. Very nice. Very cheap. Very much.
And so on. Chorus of British saleswomen.
Will you allow me to show you this little novelty, sir? Have you seen the new perfume sprinkler? Do come and try this new puzzle. No harm in looking, sir. Very nice little novelties here, sir. Heard the new French world, sir? Every article is very much reduced,
etc., etc. At the Folies Bergère. Scene: a hall in the grounds. Several turnstiles leading to curtained entrances. Showman shouting.
Amphitrite, the marvellous floating goddess, just about to commence. This way for the mystic gallery. 3 illusions for 3d. Atalanta, the silver queen of the moon, the oriental beauty in the table of the Sphinx, and the wonderful Galatea, or Pygmalion's dream. Only 3d. This way for the mystic marvel Oshii. Now commencing.
Female Sightseer (with the air of a person making an original suggestion).
Shall we go in just to see what it's like?
Male ditto.
May as well, now we are 'ere.
To preserve himself from any suspicion of credulity.
Sure to be a take in o' some sort.
The Female Sightseer (with an uncomfortable giggle).
Not much to see so far, is there?
Her Companion.
Well, they ain't begun yet.
The waltz ends, and the curtain rises, disclosing a cavern scene. Amphitrite, in blue tights, rises through the floor. Amphitrite (in the Gallic tongue).
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai l'honneur de vous souhaiter le bonjour.
Floats with no apparent support in the air, and performs various graceful evolutions, concluding by reversing herself completely.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs, mes remerciements.
She dives below, and the curtain descends. The Female Spectator.
Is that all? I don't see nothing in that.
Her Companion (who, having paid for admission, resents this want of appreciation).
Why, she was off the ground the 'ole of the time, wasn't she? I'd just like to see you turnin' and twistin' about in the air as easy as she did, with nothin' to 'old on by.
The Female Spectator.
I didn't notice she was off the ground. Yes, that was clever. I never thought of that before. Let's go and see the other things now.
Her Companion.
Well, if you don't see nothin' surprising in 'em till they're all over, you might as well stop outside, I should have thought.
The Female Spectator.
Oh, but I'll notice more next time. You've got to get used to these things, you know.
They enter the mystic gallery, and find themselves in a dim passage, opposite a partitioned compartment, in which is a glass case supported on 4 pedestals, with a silver crescent at the back. The illusions, to judge from a sound of scurrying behind the scenes, have apparently been taken somewhat unawares. The Female Sightseer (anxious to please).
They've done that 'alf moon very well, haven't they?
Voice of Showman (addressing the illusions).
Now then, hurry up there, we're all waiting for you.
The face of Atalanta, the Silver Queen of the Moon, appears strongly illuminated inside the glass box, and regards the spectators with an impassive contempt, greatly to their confusion. The Male Spectator (in a propitiatory tone).
Not a bad looking girl, is she?
Atalanta, the Queen of the Moon, to the Oriental Beauty, in next compartment.
Polly, when these people are gone, I wish you'd fetch me my work.
The Sightseers move on, feeling crushed. In the second compartment the upper portion of a female is discovered, calmly knitting in the centre of a small table, the legs of which are distinctly visible. The Female Spectator.
Why, wherever has the rest of her got to?
The Oriental Beauty (with conscious superiority).
That's what you've got to find out.
They pass on to interview Galatea, or Pygmalion's dream, whose compartment is as yet enveloped in obscurity. A youthful showman, apparently on familiar terms with all the illusions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now have the honour of presenting to you the wonderful Galatea, or living statue. You will have an opportunity of handling the bust for yourselves, which will warm before your eyes into living flesh, and the lovely creature live and speak. 'Ere, look sharp, aren't yer? (To Galatea.) Pygmalion's Dream, from the Mystic Gloom.
Wait a bit till I've done warming my hands. Now you can turn the lights up. There you've been and turned 'em out. Now, stupid!
The Young Showman.
Don't excite yourself. I know what I'm doing.
Turns the lights up and reveals a large terra cotta bust.
At my request, this young lady will now proceed to assume the hue and complexion of life itself. Galatea, will you oblige us by kindly coming to life?
The bust vanishes and is replaced by a decidedly earthly young woman in robust health. The Young Showman.
Thank you. That's all I wanted of yer. Now will you kindly return to your former state?
The young woman transforms herself into a hideous skull. The Young Showman (in a tone of remonstrance).
No, no, not that ridiculous face. We don't want to see what yer will be. It's very loike yer, I know, but still.
The skull changes to the bust.
Ah, that's more the style.
Takes the bust by the neck and hands it round for inspection.
And now, thanking you for your kind attention, and only orskin one little favour of you, that is, that you will now reveal 'ow it is done. I will now bid you a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
The Female Spectator (outside).
It's wonderful how they can do it all for threepence, isn't it? We haven't seen She yet.
Her Companion.
What? Haven't you seen wonders enough? Come on, then. But you are going it, you know.
They enter a small room, at the further end of which are a barrier and a proscenium with drawn hangings. The Exhibitor (in a confidential tone, punctuated by bows).
I will not keep you waiting, ladies and gentlemen, but at once proceed with a few preliminary remarks. Most of you, no doubt, have read that celebrated story of Mr. Rider 'Aggard, about a certain She who must be obeyed, and who dwelt in a place called Kôr, and you will also doubtless remember how She was in the habit of repairing at certain intervals to a cavern, and renewing her youth in a fiery pillar. On one occasion, wishing to induce her lover to follow her example, she stepped into the flame to encourage him. Something went wrong with the works, and she was instantly reduced to a cinder. I fortunately happened to be near at the time. You will excuse a little wild fib from a showman, I'm sure. Happened to be a porson by, and was thus enabled to secure the ashes of the wonderful She, which draws hangings and reveals a shallow metal urn, suspended in the centre of scene, are now before you, enclosed in that little urn. She, where are you? She (in a sweet voice from below).
I am here.
Showman. Then appear. The upper portion of an exceedingly comely young person emerges from the mouth of the urn. The Female Spectator (startled).
Lor, she gave me quite a turn.
Showman. Some people think this is all done by mirrors, but it is not so. It is managed by a simple arrangement of light and shade. She will now turn slowly around to convince you that she is really inside the urn and not merely be'ind it. She turns round condescendingly. She will next pass her 'ands completely round her, thereby demonstrating the utter impossibility of there being any wires to support her. Now she will rap on the walls on each side of her, proving to you that she is no reflection, but a solid reality, after which she will tap the bottom of the urn beneath her, so that you may see it really is what it purports to be. She performs all these actions in the most obliging manner. She will now disappear for a moment. She sinks into the urn. Are you still there, She? She (from the recess of the urn).
Yes.
Showman. Then will you give us some sign of your presence? A hand and arm are protruded and waved gracefully. Thank you. Now you can come up again. She reappears. She will now answer any questions any lady or gentleman may like to put to her, always provided you won't ask her how it is done, for I'm sure she wouldn't give me away, would you, She? She (with a slow bow and gracious smile).
Certainly not.
The female spectator (to her companion).
Ask her something, do.
Her companion.
Go on. I ain't got anything to ask her. Ask her yourself.
A bolder spirit (with interest).
Are your feet warm?
She.
Quite, thanks.
The showman.
How old are you, she?
She (impressively).
2,000 years.
'Arry.
And quite a young thing, too.
A spectator (who has read the novel).
Have you 'eard from Leo Vincey lately?
She (coldly).
I don't know the gentleman.
Showman.
If you have no more questions to ask her, she will now retire into her urn, thanking you all for your kind attendance this morning, which will conclude the entertainment.
Final disappearance of She. The audience pass out, feeling with perfect justice that they have had their money's worth. End of Section 13. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 14 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 14. In the Mall on Drawing Room Day. The line of carriages bound for Buckingham Palace is moving by slow stages down the drive. A curious but not uncritical crowd, consisting largely of females, peer into the carriages as they pass, and derive an occult pleasure from a glimpse of a satin train and a bouquet. Other spectators circulate behind them, roving from carriage to carriage, straining and staring in at the occupants with the childlike interest of South Sea Islanders. The coachmen and footmen gaze impassively before them, ignoring the crowd to the best of their ability. The ladies in the carriages bear the ordeal of popular inspection with either haughty resignation, elaborate unconsciousness, or amused tolerance, and it is difficult to say which demeanor provokes the greatest resentment in the democratic breast. Chorus of Female Spectators.
We shall see better here than we did last drawing room. Law, how it did come down, too, pouring the 'ole day. I was that sorry for the poor 'orses. Oh, that one was nice, Maria. Did you see her train? All flame-coloured satin, lovely. Ain't them flowers beautiful? Oh, Liza, here's a poor skinny-looking thing coming next. Look at her poor dear arms, all bare, but dressed 'andsome enough.
That's a general in there, see? He's holding his cocked hat on his knee to save the feathers. Him and her have been having words, apparently. Oh, I do like this one. I suppose that's her mother with her. Well, yes, of course, it may be her aunt.
A Sardonic Loafer.
Hullo, here's a 'aughty one, layin' back and puttin' up her glorses. Know us again, mum, won't you? You may well look. You ain't seen so much in your ole life as what you're seein' to day, I'll lay. You ought to feel honoured, too, all of us comin' out to look at yer. Drawed her blind down, this one has, you see. Knew she wasn't wuth lookin' at.
A carriage passes. The footman on the box is adorned by an enormous nosegay, over which he can just see. First Comic Cockney.
How I see you have come out in bloom, Johnny.
Second Comic Cockney.
Oh, they been forcin' him under glorse, they 'ave. His missis'll never find him under all them flowers. How he smiled at me through the branches.
Another carriage passes, the coachman and footman of which are undecorated. First Comic Cockney.
Shame, they might 'a stood yer a penny bunch of violets between yer, that they might.
The Sardonic Loafer.
Here's a swell turnout, and no mistake, with a couple of bloomin' beetles standin' be'ind. There's a full feddin' inside of it, too. Look at the diamonds all over her bloomin' old nut. My eye!
The elderly dowager inside produces a cut glass scent bottle of goodly size.
Oh, she's got a drop o' the right sort there. See her sniffin' at it? It won't take her long to mop up that little lot.
James (behind the carriage) to Charles.
Our old geezer's producing the customary amount of sensation, eh, Charlie?
Charles (under notice).
Well, thank 'Eving, I shan't have to share the responsibility of her much longer.
'Arriet (to 'Arry).
I wonder they don't get tired of being stared at like they are.
'Arry.
Bless your 'eart, they don't mind, they like it. They'll go 'ome and say
(in falsetto).
"How, Pa, all the bloomin' crowd kept on a lookin' at us through the winder. It was prime."
'Arriet (giggling admiringly).
How do you know the way they tork?
'Arry (superior).
Why, they don't tork particular different from what you and me tork, do they?
First Mechanic.
See all them old blokes in red with the rum hats, Bill? They're beefeaters goin' to the Palace, they are.
Second Mechanic.
What do they do when they get there?
First Mechanic.
Do? Oh, mind the bloomin' staircase, and chuck 'em out as don't behave themselves.
A Restless Lady (to her husband).
Harry, I don't like this place at all. I'm sure we could see better somewhere else. Let's try and squeeze in somewhere lower down. No, this is worse. That horrid tobacco. Suppose we cross over to the Palace.
They do so. A Policeman.
Too late to cross now, sir. Go back, please.
They go back and take up a position in front of the crowd on the curbstone. The Restless Lady.
There, we shall see beautifully here, Harry.
A Crusty Matron (talking at the Restless Lady and her husband).
Well, I'm sure some persons have got a cheek, coming in at last minute and standing in front of those that have stood here hours. That's ladylike, I don't think, nor yet I don't come here to have my eye poked out by other parties' parasols.
Continues in this strain until the Restless Lady can stand it no longer, and urges her husband to depart. Chorus of Policemen.
Pass along there, please. One way or the other.
Keep moving there, sir.
The Restless Lady.
But where are we to go? We must stand somewhere.
A Policeman.
Can't stand anywhere 'ere, mum.
The unhappy couple are passed on from point to point until they are finally hemmed in at a spot from which it is impossible to see anything whatever. Harry.
If you had only been content to stay where you were at first, we should have been all right.
The Restless Lady.
Nonsense! It is your fault. You are the most helpless person to go anywhere with. Why didn't you tell one of those policemen who we were?
Harry.
Why? Well, because I didn't see one that looked as if it would interest him, if you want to know.
The royal carriages are approaching. Chorus of loyal ladies of various ages.
There! They're clearing the way. The Prince and Princess won't be long now. Here's the Life Guards band. Don't they look beautiful in those dresses? Won't that poor drummer's arms ache to-morrow? This is the escort coming now. Here come the royalties. Don't push so, Polly. You can see without that. There, that was the Prince in the first one. Did you see him, Polly? Oh, yes. Leastwise, I see the end of a cocked hat, which I took to be him. Yes, that was him, right enough. There goes the Princess. Wasn't she looking nice? I couldn't exactly make out which was her and which was the two young princesses. They went by all in a flash like, but they did look nice. There's another royalty in this carriage. Who will she be, I wonder? Oh, I expect it would be the old Duchess of... No, I don't think it was her. She wasn't looking pleasant enough, and she's dead, too. Now they have got inside. Mark at them playing bits of God Save the Queen. Well, I'm glad I've seen it.
A son (to a cheery old lady).
How are you getting on, mother, eh?
Cheery old lady.
First rate, thank ye, John, my boy.
Son.
You ain't tired standing about so long.
Cheery old lady.
Lord bless you, no. Don't you worry about me.
Son.
Could you see him from where you was?
Cheery old lady.
I could see all the coachmen's hats beautiful. We'll wait and see 'em all come out, John, won't we? They won't be more than an hour and a half in there, I dessay.
A person with a florid vocabulary.
Well, if I'd ha' known all I was going to see was a set of blanky knobs shut up in their blank dash carriages, blank my blanky eyes, if I'd ha' stirred a blanky foot, s'elp me dash, I wouldn't.
A Vendor (persuasively).
The correct language of every flower that blows, 1 penny.
End of Section 14, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 15 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 15. At a Parisian Café Chantant. Scene: an open-air restaurant in the Champs-Élysées. The seats in the enclosure are rapidly filling. The diners in the gallery at the back have passed the salad stage, and are now free to take a more or less torpid interest in the entertainment below. Enter 2 Britons, who make their way to a couple of vacant chairs close to the orchestra. First Briton. Entrée libre, you see, nothing to pay. Cheaper than your precious exhibition, eh? (Chuckles knowingly.) Second Briton, who would rather have stayed at the exhibition, but doesn't like to say so.
Don't quite see how they expect the thing to pay if they don't charge anything, though.
First Briton.
Oh, they make their profit out of the dinners up in the gallery there.
Second Briton, appreciating the justice of this arrangement, having dined with his companion elsewhere.
Well, that's fair enough.
Feels an increased respect for the entertainment. First Briton.
Must get their money back somehow, you know. Capital seats for hearing, these. Now we'll just take a cup of coffee and a quiet cigar while we listen to the singing. You'll enjoy this, I know.
With the air of a man who knows the whole thing by heart, the waiter brings 2 tumblers of black coffee, for which he demands the sum of 6 francs. Lively indignation of the 2 Britons, who denounce the charge as a swindle, and take some time to recover sufficient equanimity to attend to what is going on the stage. Female Artiste sings refrain.
À notre exposition, il faut nous faire imposition,
etc., etc. Second Briton, who, not being at home in the language, rather resents his companion's laughter.
What's that she's saying?
First Briton, who laughed because he knew there was a joke about the exhibition.
Eh? Oh, I'll tell you afterwards.
Hopes his friend will have forgotten all about it by that time. Second Briton, pertinaciously, as the singer kisses her hand and rushes precipitately off stage.
Well, what was all that about?
First Briton, who, upon reflection, finds that he hasn't the faintest idea.
Oh, nothing very much. More the manner, you know, than anything else. It's the men who have all the really funny songs.
A male artiste appears, bowing and kicking up his left leg behind. The First Briton bends forward with an anxious frown, determined to let nothing escape him this time. Fortunately, as Monsieur Charlemagne, the comic singer, possesses a powerful voice, the First Briton is able to follow most of the words, from which, although they reach his ear in a somewhat perverted form, he contrives to extract intense amusement. This is how the chanson reaches him.
Seul boulevard silent vous arrêtez, quand monde tout départ namas.
He can't quite make out this last word.
Répondez vêtement,
something he doesn't catch.
Le feu le sitôt vous crée un rat.
Here he whispers to his friend that
last line was rather neat.
Refrain, to which Monsieur Charlemagne dances a gavotte with his hat thrust into the small of his back.
Il n'a pas de part Dinard.
This makes the First Briton, who once spent a week at Dinard, laugh immoderately.
Ne pas, ne ma,
bis.
C'est ta patente, my sons comeca. Il n'a pas de part Dinard, il n'en a pas certainement mala.
First Briton to Second Ditto.
Very funny, isn't he?
Second Briton, who, less fortunate than his friend, has not got a single word.
Can't say I see much in it myself.
First Briton, compassionately.
Can't you? Oh, you'll get into the way of it presently.
Second Briton.
But what's the joke of all that about Pa?
First Briton, who has been honestly under the impression that he did see a point somewhere.
Why, he says he's an orphan, hasn't any pa or ma.
Second Briton, captiously.
Well, there's nothing so very funny in that.
First Briton, giving up the point on consideration as Monsieur Charlemagne skips off.
Oh, it's all nonsense, of course. These fellows only come on to fill up the time till Polouse sings.
Feels rather proud of having caught the right pronunciation.
Polouse is the only one really worth listening to.
Second Briton, watching two niggers in a knockabout entertainment.
I can follow these chaps better.
Complacently. One of the niggers to the other.
Ah, George Washington, sir, I'll warm you for that ar conduct.
First Briton, in a superior manner.
Oh, yes, you soon get into the accent.
Later, Monsieur Charlemagne has reappeared and sung a song about changing his apartments, with spoken passages of a pronouncedly Parisian character. First Briton, who little suspects what he has been roaring with laughter at.
That fellow really is amusing. I must take Nellie to hear him some night before we go back.
Second Briton, dubiously.
But aren't some of the songs, for a girl of her age, eh?
First Briton.
My dear fellow, not a bit. I give you my word I haven't heard a single line yet that was in the least offensive. Not a single line. Anybody might go. Look, here, it's Polouse next. Now you listen. He'll make you laugh.
The great Monsieur Paulus appears and sings several chansons in a confidentially lugubrious tone, and with his forefingers thrust into his waistcoat pockets. Curiously enough, our First Briton is less successful in following Monsieur Paulus than he was with the artistes who preceded him, but this is entirely owing to the big drum and cymbals which keep coming in and putting him out. Something in this manner. Monsieur Paulus.
Et quand j'entends ce n'est pour rien, ma belle me dit mon pauvre bonhomme, tu n'as pas l'air de...
The cymbals.
Brin, 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 il me flanque de giflis.
The drum. Pom, 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 pom. Refrain, which both Britons understood.
Sur le beau, débit de beau. Sur le beau, de beau, débit,
etc., etc., etc. First Briton, after 20 minutes of this sort of thing.
That's the end, I suppose. They've let down the curtain. Capital, wasn't he? I could listen to him all night.
Second Briton, as they pass out.
So could I. Delightful. Don't know when I've enjoyed anything so much.
The other people don't seem to be moving, though. Consults program. There's another part after this. Paulus is singing again. I suppose you'll stay? First Briton.
Well, it's rather late, isn't it?
Second Briton, much relieved.
Yes, not worth while going back now,
with a yawn.
We must come here again.
First Briton, making a mental resolution to return no more.
Oh, we must. Nothing like it on our side of the channel, you know.
Second Briton, with secret gratitude.
No, we can't do it.
Walk back to their hotel in a state of great mental exhaustion, and finish the evening with a bock on the boulevards. End of Section 15. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 16 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 16. At a garden party. Scene: a London lawn. A band in a costume halfway between the uniforms of a stage hussar and a circus groom is performing under a tree. Guests discovered slowly pacing the turf or standing and sitting about in groups. Mrs. Maynard Geary, to her brother-in-law, who is thoroughly aware of her little weaknesses.
Oh, Phil, you know everybody. Do tell me, who is that common-looking little man with the scrubby beard and the very yellow gloves? How does he come to be here?
Phil.
Where? Oh, I see him. Well, have you read Sabrina's uncle's other niece?
Mrs. Maynard Geary.
No, ought I to have? I never even heard of it.
Phil.
Really? I wonder at that. Tremendous hit. You must order it, though I doubt if you'll be able to get it.
Mrs. Maynard Geary.
Oh, I shall insist on having it. And he wrote it? Really, Phil? Now I come to look at him, there's something rather striking about his face. Did you say Sabrina's niece's other aunt, or what?
Phil. Sabrina's uncle's other niece was what I said, not that it signifies.
Mrs. Maynard Geary.
Oh, but I always attach the greatest importance to names myself. And do you know him?
What, Tablet? Oh, yes, decent little chap. Not much to say for himself, you know.
Mrs. Maynard Geary.
I don't mind that when a man is clever. Do you think you could bring him up and introduce him?
Phil.
Oh, I could, but I won't answer for your not being disappointed in him.
Mrs. Maynard Geary.
I have never been disappointed in any genius yet. Perhaps because I don't expect too much. So go, dear boy. He may be surrounded unless you get hold of him soon.
Phil obeys. Phil, accosting the scrubby man.
Well, Tablet, old fellow, how are things going with you? Sabrina flourishing?
Mr. Tablet, enthusiastically.
It's a tremendous hit, my boy. Orders coming in so fast they don't know how to execute 'em. There's a fortune in it, as I always told you.
Phil.
Capital. But you've such luck. By the way, my sister-in-law is most anxious to know you.
Mr. Tablet, flattered.
Very kind of her. I shall be delighted. I was just thinking I felt quite a stranger here.
Phil.
Come along, then, and I'll introduce you. If she asks you to her parties by any chance, mind you go. Sure to meet a lot of interesting people.
Mr. Tablet, pulling up his collar.
Just what I enjoy, meeting interesting people. The only society worth cultivating, to my mind, sir. Give me intellect. It's of more value than wealth.
They go in search of Mrs. Maynard Geary. First Lady on chair.
Look at that dear vicar getting that poor lady paupers on ice. What a very spiritual expression he has, to be sure. Really quite apostolic.
Second Lady.
We are not in his parish, but I have always heard him spoken of as a most excellent man.
First Lady.
Excellent? My dear, that man is a perfect saint. I don't believe he knows what it is to have a single worldly thought. And such trials he has to bear, too, with that dreadful wife of his.
Second Lady.
That's the wife, isn't it? The dowdy little woman all alone over there? Dear me, what could he have married her for?
First Lady.
Oh, for her money, of course, my dear.
Mrs. Patalon to Mrs. St. Martin Somerville.
Why, it really is you! I absolutely didn't know you at first. I was just thinking, now who is that young and lovely person coming along the path? You see, I came out without my glasses today, which accounts for it.
Mr. Chuck, meeting a youthful matron and child.
Ah, Miss Sharp, howdy-do. I'm all right. Hello, Toto. How are you, young lady?
Toto, primly.
I'm very well indeed, thank you.
With sudden interest.
How's the idiot? Have you seen him lately?
Mr. Chuck, mystified.
The idiot, eh? Why, fact is, I don't know any idiot. Give you my word.
Toto, impatiently.
Yes, you do. You know the one Mummy says you're next door to. You must see him sometimes. You did say Mr. Chuck was next door to an idiot, didn't you, Mummy?
Tableau. Mrs. Prattleton.
Let me see. Did we have a fine summer in '87? Yes, of course. I always remember the weather by the clothes we wore. And that June and July we wore scarcely anything. Some filmy stuff that belonged to one's ancestress, don't you know? Such fun. By the way, what has become of Lucy?
Mrs. St. Patiker.
Oh, I've quite lost sight of her lately. You see, she's so perfectly happy now that she's ceased to be in the least interesting.
Mrs. Hussify to Mr. Demure.
Perhaps you can tell me of a good coal merchant. The people who supply me now are perfect fiends, and I really must go somewhere else.
Mr. Demure.
Then I'm afraid you must be rather difficult to please.
Mr. Tablet has been introduced to Mrs. Maynard Geary, with the following result. Mrs. Maynard Geary, enthusiastically.
I'm so delighted to make your acquaintance. When my brother-in-law told me who you were, I positively very nearly shrieked. I am such an admirer of your...
Thinks she won't commit herself to the whole title, and so compounds.
Your delightful Sabrina.
Mr. Tablet. Most gratified to hear it, I'm sure. I'm told there's a growing demand for it. Mrs. Maynard Geary.
Such a hopeful sign, when one was beginning quite to despair of the public taste.
Mr. Tablet. Well, I've always said, so long as you give the public a really first-rate article, and are prepared to spend any amount of money on pushing it, you know, you're sure to see a handsome return for your outlay, in the long run, and of course you must get it carefully analyzed by competent judges. Mrs. Maynard Geary.
Ah, but you can feel independent of criticism now, can't you?
Mr. Tablet.
Oh, I defy anyone to find anything unwholesome in it. It's as suitable for the most delicate child as it is for adults. Nothing to irritate the most sensitive.
Mrs. Maynard Geary.
Ah, you mean certain critics are so thin-skinned. They are, indeed.
Mr. Tablet, warming to his subject. But the beauty of this particular composition is that it causes absolutely no unpleasantness or inconvenience afterwards. In some cases, indeed, it acts like a charm. I've known of 2 cases of long-standing erysipelas it has completely cured. Mrs. Maynard Geary, rather at sea.
How gratifying that must be! But that is the magic of all truly great work. It is such an anodyne. It takes people so completely out of themselves, doesn't it?
Mr. Tablet. It takes anything of that sort out of them, ma'am. It's the finest discovery of the age. No household will be without it in a few months, though perhaps I say it, who shouldn't. Mrs. Maynard Geary, still more astonished.
Oh, but I like to hear you. I'm so tired of hearing people pretending to disparage what they have done. It's such a pose, and I hate posing. Real genius is never modest.
If he had been more retiring, she would have, of course, reversed this axiom.
I wish you would come and see me on one of my Tuesdays, Mr. Tablet. I should feel so honoured, and I think you would meet some congenial spirits. Do look in some evening. I will send you a card, if I may. Let me see. Could you come and lunch next Sunday? I've got a little man coming who was very nearly eaten up by cannibals. I think he would interest you.
Mr. Tablet. I shall be proud to meet him. Did they eat much of him? Mrs. Maynard Geary, who privately thinks this rather vulgar.
How witty you are. That's quite worthy of, Sabrina, really. Then you will come? So glad. And now I mustn't keep you from your other admirers any longer.
She dismisses him. Later. Mrs. Maynard Geary to her brother-in-law.
How could you say that dear Mr. Tablet was dull, Phil? I found him perfectly charming, so original and unconventional. He's promised to come to me. By the way, what did you say the name of his book was?
Phil. I never said he had written a book. Mrs. Maynard Geary.
Phil, you did. Sabrina's other something. Why, I've been praising it to him, entirely on your recommendation.
Phil. No, your mistake. I only asked if you'd read Sabrina's uncle's other niece, and as I made up the title on the spur of the moment, I should have been rather surprised if you had. He never wrote a line in his life. Mrs. Maynard Geary.
How abominable of you! But surely he's famous for something. He talks like it.
With reviving hope. Phil. Oh, yes, he's the inventor and patentee of the new Sabrina soap. He says he'll make a fortune over it. Mrs. Maynard Geary.
But he hasn't even done that yet. Phil, I'll never forgive you for letting me make such an idiot of myself. What am I to do now? I can't have him coming to me. He's really too impossible.
Phil. Do? Oh, order some of the soap and wash your hands of him, I suppose. Not that he isn't a good deal more presentable than some of your lions, after all's said and done. Mrs. Maynard Geary, before she takes her leave, contrives to inform Mr. Tablett, with her prettiest penitence, that she has only just recollected that her luncheon party is put off, and that her Tuesdays are over for the season. Directly she returns to town, she promises to let him hear from her. In the meantime, he is not to think of troubling himself to call, so there is no harm done after all. End of Section 16. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 17 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 17. At the Military Tournament. Scene: the Agricultural Hall. Tent pegging going on. Stentorian Judge in arena. Corporal Binks. The assistants give a finishing blow to the peg and fall back. Corporal Binks gallops in, misses the peg, and rides off, relieving his feelings by whirling his lance defiantly in the air. Corporal Binks, nothing. A gushing lady.
Poor dear thing, I do wish he'd struck it. He did look so disappointed, and so did that sweet horse.
The Judge. Sergeant Spanker. Sergeant Spanker gallops in, spears the peg neatly, and carries it off triumphantly on the point of the lance, after which he rides back and returns the peg to the assistants as a piece of valuable property of which he has accidentally deprived them. Sergeant Spanker 8. Applause. The assistants drive in another peg. Corporal Cutlash. Corporal Cutlash enters, strikes the peg, and dislodges without securing it. Immense applause from the crowd. Corporal Cutlash 2. The gushing lady.
Only 2, and when he really did hit the peg. I do call that a shame. I should have given him more marks than the other man. He has such a much nicer face.
A child, the thirst for information.
Uncle, why do they call it tent pegging?
The uncle. Why? Well, because those pegs are what they fasten down tents with. The child.
But why isn't there a tent now?
Uncle. Because there's no use for one. Child.
Why?
Uncle. Because all they want to do is to pick up the peg with the point of their lance. Child.
Yes, but why should they want to do it?
Uncle. Oh, to amuse their horses. The child ponders upon this answer with a view to a fresh catechism upon the equine passion for entertainment, and the desirability or otherwise of gratifying it. A chatty man in the promenade, to his neighbor.
Takes a deal of practice to strike them pegs fair and full.
His neighbor, who holds advanced socialistic opinions.
Ah, I dessay, and a pity they can't make no better use of their time. Spoiling good wood, I call it. I don't see no point in it myself.
The chatty man.
Well, it shows they can ride, at any rate.
The socialist.
Ride? O' course they can ride. We pay enough for having 'em taught, don't we? But you mark my words, the people won't put up with this state of things much longer, keeping a set of hired murderers in luxury and idleness. I tell yer, wherever I come across one of these great lanky louts strutting about in his red coat as if he was one of the lords of the hearth, well, it makes my nose bleed. Ah, it does.
The chatty man.
If that's the way you talk to him, I ain't surprised if it do.
The Judge. Sword versus sword. Come in there. Two mounted combatants in leather jerkins and black visors, armed with sword sticks, enter the ring. Judge introduces them to audience with the aid of a flag. Corporal Jones of the Wessex Yeomanry. Sergeant Smith of the Manx Mounted Infantry. Their swords are chalked by the assistants. Are you ready? Left turn. Counter march. Engage. The combatants wheel round and face one another, each vigorously spurring his horse and prodding cautiously at the other. The two horses seem determined not to be drawn into the affair themselves on any account, and take no personal interest in the conflict. The umpires skip and dodge at the rear of the horses until one of the combatants gets in with a rattling blow on the other's head, to the intense delight of audience. Both men are brushed down and their weapons rechalked, whereupon they engage once more, much to the disgust of their horses, who had evidently been hoping it was all over. After the contest is finally decided, a second pair of combatants enter. One is mounted on a black horse, the other on a chestnut, who refuses to lend himself to the business on any terms, and bolts on principle, while the rider of the black horse remains in stationary meditation. "Go on, that black horse, go on!" The chestnut is at length brought up to the scratch, snorting, but again flinches and retires with his rider. The Crowd (to rider of black horse). "Go on! Now's your chance! 'It him!" The recipient of these counsels pursues his antagonist, and belabours him and his horse with impartial good will until separated by the umpires, who examine the chalk marks with a professional scrutiny. The Judge. "Here, you on the black horse, you mustn't hit that other horse about the head." The man addressed appears rebuked and surprised under his black wired visor. The Judge (reassuringly). "It's all right, you know, only don't do it again, that's all." The combatant sits up again. The Gushing Lady.
Oh, I can't bear to look on. Really, I'm sure they oughtn't to hit so hard. How their poor dear heads must ache. Isn't that chestnut a duck? I'm sure he's trying to save his master from getting hurt. They're such sensible creatures, horses are. Artillery teams drive in and gallop between the posts, the crowd going frantic with delight when the posts remain upright, and roaring with laughter when one is knocked over. During the musical ride. The Gushing Lady. Oh, they're simply too sweet. How those horses are enjoying it! Aren't they pets? And how perfectly they keep step to the music, don't they? Her Friend (who is beginning to get a trifle tired by her enthusiasm). Yes, but then they're all trained by Madame Caddy Lanner, of Drury Lane, you see. The Gushing Lady. What pains she must have taken with them! But you can teach a horse anything, can't you? Her Friend. Oh, that's nothing. Next year they're going to have a horse who'll dance the Highland Fling. The Socialist. A pretty sight. Cost a pretty sight of the people's money, I know that. Tomfoolery, that's what it is. A set of dressed up bullies dancing quadrilles on 'orseback. That ain't military manoeuvrin'. It's sickenin' the way the fools applaud such goin's on. And cuttin' off the Saracen's 'ead, too. I'd call it plucky if the Saracen had a gun in his 'and. Bah! I hate the old business. His Neighbour. Got anybody along with you, mate? The Socialist. No, I don't want anybody along with me, I don't. His Neighbour. That's a pity, that is. A sweet-tempered, pleasant-spoken party like you oughtn't to go about by yourself. You ought to bring somebody just to enjoy your conversation. There don't seem to be anybody 'ere of your way of thinking. During the combined display. The Gushing Lady, as the Cyclist Corps enter. Oh, they've got a dog with them! Do look, such a dear! See, they've tied a letter round his neck. He'll come back with an answer presently. But, there being apparently no answer to this communication, the faithful but prudent animal does not reappear. After the performance. The Inquisitive Child. Uncle, which side won? Uncle. I suppose the side that advanced across the bridges. Child. Which side would have won if it had been a real battle? Uncle. I couldn't really undertake to say, my boy. Child. But which do you think would have won? Uncle. I suppose the side that fought best. Child. But which side was that? The uncle begins to find that the society of an intelligent nephew entails too severe a mental strain to be frequently cultivated. End of Section 17. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 18 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey.
This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 18. Free Speech. Scene: an open space, rain falling in torrents. An indignation meeting is being held to protest against the royal grants. The chairman presides at a small portable reading desk, generally alluded to as the nostrum. A ring of more or less earnest radicals, under umbrellas, surround him. Speakers address the meeting in rapid succession. A man with a red flag gives it a sinister wave at any particularly vigorous expression. Her Gracious Majesty the Queen is repeatedly described as "this miserable old bein'." An archbishop is invariably mentioned as an arch rogue, while the orators and the audience appear from their remarks to be the only persons capable of worthily guiding this unhappy country's destinies. Policemen in couples look on from a distance and smile indulgently. An orator (bitterly).
The weather is against us, feller Republicans. There's no denying that. As we were tramping along 'ere through the mud and in the rain, wet to the skin, I couldn't help remarking to a friend o' mine that if it had been a pigeon shooting match at Hurlingham or a race meeting at Hascot, things 'ud ha' been different. There'd ha' been blue sky and sunshine enough then. Well, I s'pose hany weather's considered good enough for the likes of us. Any weather'll do for poor downtrod slaves to assert their manhood and their hindependence in.
Cries of "Shame!"
Never you mind, our turn'll come some day. We shan't halways be held down and muzzled and silenced, and prevented uttering the hindignation we've a right to feel.
Bellowing.
We shall make our vices 'eard one day. But I'm reminded by my friend as I've got to keep to the pint. Well,
He composes his features into a sneer.
I'm told as 'ow 'Er Most Gracious Majesty,
Booing from earnest radicals.
'Er Most Gracious Majesty, as she calls herself, 'as put by a little matter of a millum and a 'arf since she came to the throne. Now, feller Republicans, that millum and a 'arf 'as come out of your pockets.
Several persons, who do not look as if they paid a heavy income tax.
'Ere, 'ere!
Orator.
Yes, it belongs to the people. Ah, and you've got a legal right to demand it back, a legal right. And I arsk you, if that millum and a 'arf of money was to be divided among the toilers of London termorrow, 'ow many hunemployed should we see?
Crowd deeply impressed by this forcible argument.
Yet we're arsked to put our 'ands in our pockets to support the Queen's children.
A gentleman with very short hair. Shame! Never! Puts his hand in someone else's pocket by way of emphasizing his declaration. Orator.
Feller Republicans, if a Queen don't do the work as she's paid for doing of, what ought to be done with her? I put it to you.
A very earnest radical.
The scaffold!
Looks round nervously to see if a policeman is within hearing. A fat lady, who has been ejaculating,
"Oh, it is a shame, it is,"
at every fresh instance of royal expenditure.
Well, I must say that's rather strong language.
Another orator. Gentlemen, I regret to say that on this monstrous fraud and attempted imposition known as the Royal Grants Bill, Mr. Gladstone voted with the Government. Frantic applause. Orator (puzzled). Yes, gentlemen, I am here to state facts, and I am ashamed to say that on this single occasion Mr. Gladstone went wrong. Shouts of "No! No!" A fervid Gladstonian (waving his umbrella).
3 cheers for Mr. Gladstone, whatever he does.
The crowd join in heartily. Orator decides to drop the point, particularly as it does not seem to affect the meeting's condemnation of the principle of the bill. An Irish patriot.
I've often heard tell, gentlemen, of a certain strange animal they carl a Conservative workin' man.
Roars of laughter.
A workin' man a Conservative! Why, bliss me soul, the thing's absurd. There never was such a person in this world. A Conservative working man! Why," takes refuge in profanity, "if there ever was, why don't we ever hear 'em in an assembly of this sort? Why hasn't he the common manly courage to come forward and defend his opinions? We'd hear 'em, gentlemen. It's the proud boast of Radicals and Republicans that they'd give free speech and a fair hearing to every man, no matter what his opinions are. But you'll never see 'em step forward at all. And why?" A Decent Mechanic. "Well, look 'ere, mate, I'm a Conservative working man, if you'd like to know, and I ain't afraid to defend my opinions. Come now."
The Chairman (somewhat taken aback).
Well, friends, while I conduct this chair, I can promise this man a perfectly fair 'earing, and I'm sure you will listen to him patiently, whatever you may think of his arguments.
Cries of
"'Ear, 'ear! Fair play all the world over!" We'll listen to him quiet enough.
First of all, I must be satisfied that our friend is what he professes to be. We want no sham working men 'ere.
Brandishes a foot rule in evidence of the genuineness of his own claims. The Decent Mechanic.
Am I a working man? Well, I've made ladies' boots at 6d. an hour for 3 years. D'ye call that being a working man? I've sold and 'eeled while you wait in a stall near Southwark Bridge 7 years and a 'arf. P'raps you'll call that a working man.
Cries of
"Keep to the point!" Oh, I'll keep to the point right enough. There's this Irishman 'ere been tellin' of you 'ow wrong it is to turn his countrymen out of their 'ouses when they don't pay their rent. Ain't we turned out of our 'ouses if we don't pay ourn? 'Oo snivels over hus?
The Irish Patriot.
No personalities now, it's my belief you're a landlord yourself.
Uproar. The Decent Mechanic.
I told yer ye wouldn't 'ear me now.
A Socialist (in stentorian voice).
Feller Democrats, as an ex-Fenian and ex-convict, I implore you, give this man a hearing.
The Decent Mechanic.
Then about this Royal Grant.
Cries of
Shut up!
Go 'ome!
Don't tork nonsense!
If you're going to 'ave a king and queen at all.
Cries of
We ain't! Down with 'em!
And then I suppose you're going to put up fellers like 'im, pointing to the Socialist.
And I'm
pointing to the Chairman.
And I'm
Uproar. The Socialist.
Fellow citizens, I appeal to you, give this man rope, he's doing our work splendidly.
The Decent Mechanic.
Well, all I've got to say is
Shouts of Get down! Yells and booing.
Oh, you won't tire me out that way. All I can say is, I'd a precious sight rather.
The Chairman (excitedly).
Fellow citizens, we've listened to this man long enough. These sentiments are an insult to the meeting.
Yells as before. The Socialist (extending a billycock hat with a passionate gesture).
Feller Democrats, if you are earnest, if you are sincere in the indignation, the just indignation this man provokes, show it now by putting money in this 'at for the plan o' campaign.
The storm lulls. The Decent Mechanic (resuming).
I arsk every honest man here whether
Chairman (interposing).
I think, as our friend here don't seem able to keep to his point, we won't call upon him for any further remarks.
The Decent Mechanic is hustled down amidst derisive cheers and groans. The Socialist ascends the platform. The Socialist.
I don't mind tellin' your friends and feller citizens that in the late election in East Marylebone I used all my influence.
Cheers.
And all my influence to deter men from voting for your Radical candidate.
Sensation and a cry of
More shame for yer! I did, though, and I'd do it again, and I'll tell yer for why I ate yer Tories. But if I'm to be 'it a blow in the face, I don't like it done behind my back.
Cheers.
And your precious Liberals and Radicals, they're worse for any Tories, and for this reason
(with a penetrating glance)
they're more hinvidious. Ah, that's it, they're more hinvidious. Traitors, every man jack of them.
and so on, concluding with denunciations of all sending round the 'at, and appeals for contributions to the plan of campaign. Meeting dissolves with 3 cheers for the coming Republic from the victims of a tyrannous system of repression of opinion. End of section 18. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 19 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 19. The Riding Class. Scene: a riding school on a raw, chilly afternoon. The gas is lighted, but does not lend much cheerfulness to the interior, which is bare and bleak, and pervaded by a bluish haze. Members of the class discovered standing about on the tan, waiting for their horses to be brought in. At the further end is an alcove with a small balcony, in which Mrs. Bilbo K., the mother of one of the equestrians, is seated with a young female friend. Mrs. Bilbo K.
Oh, Robert used to ride very nicely indeed when he was a boy, but he has been out of practice lately, and so, as the doctor ordered him horse exercise, I thought it would be wiser for him to take a few lessons. Such an excellent change for anyone with sedentary pursuits. The Friend. But isn't riding a sedentary pursuit, too?
Mrs. Bilbo K.
Robert says he doesn't find it so.
Enter the Riding Master. Riding Master (saluting with cane).
Evening, gentlemen. Your 'orses will be in directly. 'Ope we shall see some riding this time.
Clatter without. Enter Stableman with horses.
Let me see, Mr. Bilbo K., sir, you'd better ride the Shar. He ain't been out all day, so he'll want some 'andling.
Mr. Bilbo K., with a sickly smile, accepts a tall and lively horse.
No, Mr. Tongs, that ain't your 'orse to day. You've got beyond him, sir. We'll put you up on Lady Lou. She's a bit rough till you get on terms with her, but you'll be all right on her after a bit. Yes, Mr. Joggles, sir, you take Kangaroo, please. Mr. Bumpus, I've 'ad the Artful Dodger out for you, and mind he don't get rid of you so easy as he did Mr. Gripper last time. Got a nice 'orse for you, Mr. 'Arry Sniggers, sir. Fra Diavolo. You mustn't take no notice of his bucking a bit at starting. He'll soon leave it off.
Mr. Sniggers (who conceals his qualms under a forced facetiousness).
Soon leave me off, you mean.
Riding Master (after distributing the remaining horses).
Now then, bring your 'orses up to the line and stand by, ready to mount at the word of command. Reins taken up in the left 'and with the second and little fingers, and a lock of the 'orse's mane twisted round the first. Mount! That 'orse ain't a bicycle, Mr. Sniggers.
Mr. Sniggers (in an undertone).
No worse luck. Number off. Walk. I shall give the word to trot directly, so now's the time to improve your seats. That back a bit straighter, Mr. 'Ooper. Number 4, just fall out and we'll let them stirrup leathers down another row or two for your...
Number 4, who has just been congratulating himself that his stirrups were conveniently high, has to see them let down to a distance where he can just touch them by stretching.
Now you're all comfortable.
Oh, are we?
From Mr. Sniggers.
Trot! Mr. Tongs, sir, 'old that 'orse in. He's getting away with you already. Very bad, Mr. Joggles. Sir, keep those 'eels down. Lost your stirrup, Mr. Jelly? Never mind that. Feel for it, sir. I want you to be independent of the irons. I'm going to make you ride without 'em presently.
Mr. Jelly shivers in his saddle.
Captain Cropper, sir, if that volunteer regiment as you're going to be the major of sees you like you are now on a field day, they'll have to fall out to larf, sir.
Mr. Cropper devoutly wishes he had been less ingenuous as to his motive for practising his riding.
Now, Mr. Sniggers, make that 'orse learn 'oo's the master.
Mr. Sniggers.
He knows, the brute.
Mrs. Bilbo K.
He's very rude to all the class except dear Robert, but then Robert has such a nice easy seat.
The Riding Master.
Mr. Bilbo Kay, sir, try and set a bit closer. Why, you ain't no more old on that saddle than a stamp with the gum licked off. Canter, you're all right. Mr. Joggles, it's only as play. Set down on your saddle, sir. I didn't say on the ground.
Mrs. Bilbo Kay (anxiously to her son as he passes).
Bob, are you quite sure you're safe?
To Friend.
His horse is snorting so dreadfully.
Riding Master.
Halt! Every gentleman take his feet out of the stirrups and cross them on the saddle in front of him. Not your feet, Mr. Sniggers. We ain't Turks here.
Mr. Sniggers (sotto voce).
There's one bloomin' Turk here, anyway.
Riding Master.
Now then, walk, trot, set back, gentlemen, set back all. Hold on by your knees, not the pommels. I see you, Mr. Jelly Kitchen Old of the Main. I shall have to give you a hogged horse next time you come. Quicken up a bit. This is a ride, not a funeral. Why, I could roll faster than you're trotting. Lor, you're like a row of Guy Foxes on horseback, you are. I thought I'd see one of you orf. Go on, all of you. You don't come here to play at riding. I'll make you ride afore I've done with you. 'Ullo, Mr. Joggles, nearly gone that time, sir. There, that'll do, or we'll have all your saddles to let unfurnished. Walk! Mr. Bilbo Kay, when your 'orse changes his pace sudden, it don't look well for you to be found settin' 'arf-way up to his neck, and it gives him a bad opinion of yer. Sir, uncross your stirrups. Trot on. It ain't no mortal use your cluckin' to that mare, Mr. Tongs, sir, because she don't understand the language. Touch her with your 'eel in the ribs. Mr. Sniggers, that 'orse is doin' jest what he likes with you. 'It him, sir. He's no friends and few relations.
Mr. Sniggers (with spirit).
I ain't goin' to 'it him. If you want him 'it, get up and do it yourself.
Riding Master.
When I say circle right, odd numbers'll wheel around and fall in be'ind even ones. Circle right. Well, if ever I didn't tell yer to fall off be'ind. Catch your 'orses and stick to 'em next time. Right incline. O' course, Mr. Joggles, if you prefer taking that animal for a little ride all by himself, we'll let you out in the streets. Otherwise, p'raps you'd kindly follow your leader. Captain Cropper, sir, if you let that curb out a bit more, reindeer wouldn't be 'arf so narsty with yer. And now you 'ave done it. You want your reins painted different colours and labelled, sir, you do. 'Alt, the rest of you. Now, seein' you're shook down in your saddles a bit shook up's more like it, from Mr. Sniggers, we'll 'ave the 'urdles in and show you a bit of Donnybrook.
The class endeavours to assume an air of delighted anticipation at this pleasing prospect. To Assistant Ringmaster, who has entered and said something in an undertone.
Captain Edstall here, and wants to try the grey cob over 'urdles. Ask him if he'll come in now. We're just going to do some jumping.
Assistant Ringmaster.
This lot don't look much like going over 'urdles, 'cept in front of the 'orse, but I'll tell the captain.
The hurdles are brought in and propped up. Enter a well turned out stranger on a grey cob. Mr. Sniggers (to him).
You ain't lost nothing by coming late, I can tell yer. We've been having a gay old time in 'ere. Made us ride without stirrups, he did.
Captain Headstall.
Ha! Really? Didn't get grass, did you?
Mr. Sniggers.
Well, me and my 'orse separated by mutual consent. I ain't what you call a fancy 'orseman. We've got to go at that 'urdle in a minute. How do you like the idea, eh? It's no good funking it. It's got to be done.
Riding Master.
Now, Captain, not you, Captain Cropper, Captain Edstall, I mean. Will you show them the way over, please?
Captain Headstall rides at it. The cob jumps too short and knocks the hurdle down, to his rider's intense disgust. Mr. Sniggers.
I say, Governor, that was a near thing. I wonder you weren't off.
Captain Headstall.
I don't often come off.
Mr. Sniggers.
You won't say that when you've been here a few times. You see, they've put you on a quiet animal this journey. I shall try to get him myself next time. He behaves like a gentleman, he does.
Captain Headstall. You won't mount him if you take my advice. He has a rather delicate mouth. Mr. Sniggers.
Oh, I don't mind that. I should ride him on the curb of the course.
The class ride at the hurdle one by one. Riding Master.
Now, Mr. Sniggers, give him more of his head than that, sir, or he'll take it. Oh, lor, well, it's soft falling, luckily. Mr. Joggles, sir, keep him back till you're in a line with it. Better, sir. You should come true on your saddle afterwards, anyway. Mr. Parabole, would you? Told you he was tricky, sir. Try him at it again. Now, over. Yes, and it's over and no mistake.
Mrs. Bilbo K.
Now it's Robert's turn. I'm afraid he's been overtiring himself, he looks so pale. Bob, you won't let him jump too high, will you? Oh, I daren't look. Tell me, my love, is he safe?
Her Friend.
Perfectly. They're just brushing him down.
Afterwards. Mrs. Bilbo K. to her son.
Oh, Bob, you must never think of jumping again. It is such a dangerous amusement.
Robert, who has been cursing the hour in which he informed his parent of the exact whereabouts of the school.
It's all right with a horse that knows how to jump. Mine didn't.
The Friend.
I thought you seemed to jump a good deal higher than the horse did. They ought to be trained to keep close under you, oughtn't they?
Robert wonders if she is as guileless as she looks. Captain Cropper to the Riding Master.
Oh, takes about 8 months with a lesson every day to make a man efficient in the cavalry, does it? But look here, I suppose 4 more lessons will put me all right, eh? I've had 8, you know.
Riding Master.
Well, sir, if you arsk me, I dunno as another 1/2 do you any harm, but o' course that's just as you feel about it.
Captain Cropper endeavours to extract encouragement from this Delphic response. End of Section 19. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 20 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 20. The Impromptu Charade Party. Scene: the library of a country house. The tables and chairs are heaped with brocades, draperies, and properties of all kinds, which the ladies of the company are trying on, while the men rack their brains for a suitable word. In a secluded corner, Mr. Nightingale and Miss Rose are conversing in whispers. Mr. Whipster, Stage Manager and Organizer, self-appointed.
No, but I say, really, you know we must try and decide on something. We've been out half an hour, and the people will be getting impatient.
To the Ladies.
Do come and help. It's really no use dressing up till we've settled what we're going to do. Can't anybody think of a good word?
Miss Larkspur.
We ought to make a continuous story of it, with the same plot and characters all through. We did that once at the Grange, and it was awfully good, just like a regular comedy.
Mr. Whipster.
But we've got to hit on a word first. Come, nobody got an idea? Nightingale, you're not much use over there. You know, I hope you and Miss Rose have been putting your heads together.
Mr. Nightingale, confused.
No, nothing of the sort. Yes, we've thought of a lot of words.
Miss Rose.
Only you've driven them all out of our heads again.
They resume their conversation. Mr. Whipster.
Well, do make a suggestion, somebody. Professor, won't you give us a word?
Chorus of Ladies.
Oh, do, Professor. You're sure to think of something clever.
Professor Pollen, modestly.
Well, really, I've so little experience in these matters that a word has just occurred to me. However, I don't know, of course, whether it will meet with approval.
He beams at them with modest pride through his spectacles.
It's monocotyledonous.
Chorus of Ladies.
Charming! Monocotyl! Oh, can't we do that?
Mr. Whipster dubiously.
We might, but, what's it mean?
Professor Pollen.
It's a simple botanical term signifying a plant which has only one cup-shaped leaf or seed lobe. Plants with two are termed...
Mr. Whipster.
I don't see how we're going to act a plant with only one seed lobe myself. And then the syllables. Mon, oh, cut, till. We shouldn't get done before midnight, you know.
Professor Pollen. (with mild pique).
Well, I merely threw it out as a suggestion. I thought it could have been made amusing. No doubt I was wrong, no doubt.
Mr. Settee nervously.
I've thought of a word. How would, familiar do?
Mr. Whipster severely.
Now really, Settee, do try not to foodle like this.
Mr. Settee subsides amidst general disapproval. Mr. Flinders (with a gush of genius).
I've got it! Gamboge!
Mr. Whipster.
Gamboge, eh? Let's see how that would work. Gam-booge. How do you see it yourself?
Mr. Flinders discovers on reflection that he doesn't see it, and the suggestion is allowed to drop. Miss Pelagia Reese.
I've an idea. Familiar. Familiar, you know.
Chorus of applause. Mr. Whipster.
Capital. The very thing. Congratulate you, Miss Reese.
Mr. Settee sotto voce.
But I say, here, I suggested that, you know, and you said...
Mr. Whipster ditto.
What on earth does it matter who suggests it so long as it's right? Don't be an ass, Settee.
Aloud.
How are we going to do the first syllable? Fame, eh?
Mr. Settee sulks. Mr. Pushington.
Oh, that's easy. One of us must come on as a poet, and all the ladies must crowd round flattering him and making a lot of him, asking him for his autograph and so on. I don't mind doing the poet myself, if nobody else feels up to it.
He begins to dress for the part by turning his dress coat inside out, and putting on a turban and a liberty sash, by way of indicating the eccentricity of genius. The ladies adorn themselves with a similar regard to realism and even more care for appearances. After the first syllable, the performers return from the drawing room, followed by faint applause. Mr. Pushington.
Went capitally, that syllable, eh? No response. You might have played up to me a little more than you did. You others, you let me do everything.
Miss Larkspur.
You never let any of us get a word in.
Mr. Pushington.
Because you all talked at once, that was all. Now, then, ill. I'll be a celebrated doctor, and you all come to me one by one and say you're ill, see?
Attires himself for the rôle of a physician in a dressing gown and an old yeomanry helmet. Mr. Whipster (huffily).
Seems to me I may as well go and sit with the audience. I'm no use here.
Mr. Pushington.
Oh, yes, Whipster, I want you to be my confidential butler and show the patients in.
Mr. Whipster accepts, with a view to showing Pushington that other people can act as well as he. After the second syllable. Mr. Pushington.
Seemed to drag a little somehow. There was no necessity for you to make all those long soliloquies, Whipster. A doctor's confidential servant wouldn't chatter so much.
Mr. Whipster.
You are so confoundedly solemn over it. I had to put some fun in somewhere.
Mr. Pushington.
Well, you might have put it where someone could see it. Nobody laughed.
Professor Pollen.
I don't know, Mr. Pushington. Why, when I was describing my symptoms, which I can vouch for as scientifically correct, you persisted in kicking my legs under the table. It was unprofessional, sir. Extremely painful.
Mr. Pushington.
I was only trying to hint to you that as there were a dozen other people to follow, it was time you cut the interview short, Professor. That one syllable alone has taken nearly an hour.
Miss Buckram.
If I had known the kind of questions you were going to ask me, Mr. Pushington, I should certainly not have exposed myself to them. I say no more, but I must positively decline to appear with you again.
Mr. Pushington.
Oh, but really, you know, in charades one gets carried away at times. I assure you, I haven't the remotest, etc., etc., until Miss Buckram is partly mollified. Now then, last syllable. Look here, I'll be a regular impostor, don't you know, and all of you come on and say what a liar I am. We ought to make that screamingly funny. After the third syllable. Mr. Pushington. Muddled? Of course it was muddled. You all called me a liar before I opened my mouth. The rest.
But you didn't seem to know how to begin, and we had to bring the word in somehow.
Pushington. Bring it in? But you needn't have let it out. There was Settee there shouting liar till he was black in the face. We must have looked a set of idiots from the front. I shan't go in again, muttering. It's no use acting charades with people who don't understand it. There, settle the word yourselves. After the word, among the audience. General murmur.
What can it be?
Not Turk, I suppose, or magician?
Quarrelling?
Or no light?
Impertinence? Shall we give it up? No, they like us to guess, poor things, and besides, if we don't, they'll do another.
And it is getting so late, and such a long drive home. Oh, they're all coming back, and then it is over. No, indeed, we can't imagine. Familiar, to be sure, how clever.
And how well you all acted it, to be sure.
You must be quite tired after it all, I am sure. We are deeply indebted to you.
My dear Miss Rose, how wonderfully you disguised yourself. I never recognized you a bit, nor you, Mr. Nightingale. What part did you take?
Mr. Nightingale. I didn't take any particular part. Wasn't wanted, you know.
Miss Rose. Not to act, so we stayed outside and arranged things.
An old lady.
Indeed? Then you had all the hard work and none of the pleasure, my dear, I'm afraid.
Miss Rose, sweetly.
Oh, no, I mean yes, but we didn't mind it much.
The old lady.
And which of you settled what the word was to be?
Mr. Nightingale.
Well, I believe we settled that together.
Carriages are announced. Departure of guests who are not of the house party. In the smoking room, Mr. Pushington discovers that he does not seem exactly popular with the other men, and puts it down to jealousy. End of Section 20. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 21 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 21. A Christmas Romp. Scene: Mrs. Chipperfield's drawing room. It is after the Christmas dinner, and the gentlemen have not yet appeared. Mrs. Chipperfield is laboriously attempting to be gracious to her brother's fiancée, whose acquaintance she has made for the first time, and with whom she is disappointed. Married sisters and maiden aunts confer in corners with a sleepy acidity. First Married Sister to Second.
I feel quite sorry for Fred, to see him sitting there looking, and no wonder, so ashamed of himself. But I always will say, and I always must say, Caroline, that if you and Robert had been firmer with him when he was younger, he would never have turned out so badly. Now there's my George, etc., etc. Mrs. Chipperfield to the fiancé.
Well, my dear, I don't approve of young men getting engaged until they have some prospect of being able to marry, and dear Algy was always my favourite brother, and I've seen so much misery from long engagements. However, we must hope for the best, that's all.
A maiden aunt to second ditto.
Exactly what struck me, Martha. One waiter would have been quite sufficient. And if James must be grand and give champagne, he might have given us a little more of it. I'm sure I'd little else but foam in my glass, and every plate as cold as a stone, and you and I the only people who were not considered worthy of silver forks.
and the children encouraged to behave as they please, and Joseph Podmore made such a fuss with, because he's well off, and not enough sweetbread to go around. Ah, well, thank goodness, we needn't dine here for another year. Mr. Chipperfield (at the door).
Sorry to cut you short in your cigar, Uncle, and you, Limpet, but fact is, being Christmas night, I thought we'd come up a little sooner and all have a bit of a romp. Well, Emily, my dear, here we are, all of us, ready for anything in the way of a frolic. What's it to be? Forfeits? Games? Puss in the corner? Something to cheer us all up, eh? Won't any one make a suggestion?
General expression of gloomy blankness. Algernon (to his fiancée, whom he wants to see shine).
Zeffie, you know no end of games. What's that one you played at home with potatoes and a salt spoon? You know.
Zeffie (blushing).
No, please, Algy, I don't know any games, indeed, I couldn't, really.
Mr. Chipperfield.
Uncle Joseph will set us going, I'm sure. What do you say, Uncle?
Uncle Joseph.
Well, I don't say no to a quiet rubber.
Mrs. Chipperfield.
But you see, we can't all play in that, and there is a pack of cards in the house somewhere, but I know 2 of the aces are gone, and I don't think all the court cards were there the last time we played. Still, if you can manage with what is left, we might get up a game for you.
Uncle Joseph (grimly).
Thank you, my dear, but on the whole I think I would almost rather romp.
Mr. Chipperfield.
Uncle Joseph votes for romping. What do you say to Dumbo Crambo? Great fun. Half of us go out and come in on all fours to rhyme with cat or bat or something. You can play that, Limpet.
Mr. Limpet.
If I must find a rhyme to cat, I prefer, so soon after dinner, not to go on all fours for it, I confess.
Mr. Chipperfield.
Well, let's have something quieter then. Only do settle. Musical chairs, eh?
Algy.
Zeffie will play the piano for you. She plays beautifully.
Zeffie.
Not without notes, Algy, and I forgot to bring my music with me. Shall we play Consequences? It's a very quiet game. You play it sitting down with paper and pencil, you know.
Mr. Limpet (sardonically and sotto voce).
Ah, this is something like a rollick now. Consequences, eh?
Algy (who has overheard, in a savage undertone).
If that isn't good enough for you, suggest something better or shut up.
Mr. Limpet prefers the latter alternative. Mr. Chipperfield.
Now then, have you given everybody a piece of paper, Emily? Caroline, you're going to play. We can't leave you out of it.
Aunt Caroline.
No, James, I'd rather look on and see you all enjoying yourselves. I've no animal spirits now.
Mr. Chipperfield.
Oh, nonsense. Christmas time, you know. Let's be jolly while we can. Give her a pencil, Emily.
Aunt Caroline.
No, I can't really. You must excuse me. I know I'm a wet blanket, but when I think that I mayn't be with you another Christmas, we may, most of us, be dead by then. Why, oh!
Fred, the family failure.
That's right, mater. Trust you to see the humorous side of everything.
Another aunt.
For shame, Fred! If you don't know who is responsible for your poor mother's low spirits, others do.
The family failure collapses. Mr. Limpet.
Well, as we've all got pencils, is there any reason why the revelry should not commence?
Mr. Chipperfield.
No, don't let's waste any more time. Miss Zeffie says she will write down on top of her paper who met whom. Must be a lady and gentleman in the party, you know. And she folds it down and passes it on to the next, who writes what he said to her. The next, what she said to him. Next, what the consequences were. And the last, what the world said. Capital game, first rate. Now then. The whole party pass papers in silence from one to another and scribble industriously with knitted brows. Mr. Chipperfield. Time's up, all of you. I'll read the first paper aloud. Glances at it and explodes. This is really very funny. Reads. Uncle Joseph met Aunt Caroline at the Empire. He said to her, "What are the wild waves saying?" And she said to him, "It's time you were taken away."
The consequences were that they both went and had their hair cut, and the world said they had always suspected there was something between them. UNCLE JOSEPH. I consider that a piece of confounded impertinence. Puffs. AUNT CAROLINE.
It's not true. I never met Joseph at the Empire. I don't go to such places. I didn't think I should be insulted like this. Oh, ho, ho, on Christmas, too.
AUNTS CHORUS. Fred, again! They regard the family failure indignantly. MR. CHIPPERFIELD. There, it was all fun, no harm meant. I'll read the next. Mr. Limpet met Miss Zeffie in the Burlington Arcade. He said to her, "Oh, you little duck." She said to him, "Fowls are cheap to day." The consequences were that they never smiled again, and the world said, "What price hot potatoes?" Everybody looks depressed. Not bad, but I think we'll play something else now. Zeffie perceives that Algy is not pleased with her. Tommy (to Uncle Joseph). Uncle, why don't you carve at dinner? UNCLE JOSEPH. Well, Tommy, because the carving was done at a side table, and uncommon badly done, too. Why do you want to know? Tommy.
Parper thought you would carve, I know. He told Mummy she must ask you because...
Mrs. Chipperfield (with a prophetic instinct).
Now, Tommy, you mustn't tease your uncle. Come away and tell your new Aunt Zeffie what you're going to do with your Christmas boxes.
Tommy.
But mayn't I tell him what Parper said first?
Mrs. Chipperfield.
No, by and by, not now.
She averts the danger. Later the company are playing Hide the Thimble, that is, someone has planted that article in a place so conspicuous that few would expect to find it there. As each person catches sight of it, he or she sits down. Uncle Joseph is still, to the general merriment, wandering about and getting angrier every moment. Mr. Chipperfield. That's it, Uncle, you're warm, you're getting warm. UNCLE JOSEPH (boiling over). Warm? Sir, I am warm, and something more, I can tell you. Sits down with a bump. Mr. Chipperfield. You haven't seen it. I'm sure you haven't seen it. Come now, Uncle. UNCLE JOSEPH. Never mind whether I have or have not. Perhaps I don't want to see it, sir. The Children.
Then do you give it up? Do you want to be told? Why, it's staring you in the face all the time.
UNCLE JOSEPH. I don't care whether it's staring or not. I don't want to be told anything more about it. The Children.
Then you're cheating, Uncle. You must go on walking until you do see it.
UNCLE JOSEPH. Oh, that's it, eh? Very well then, I'll walk. Walks out, leaving the company paralyzed. Mrs. Chipperfield.
Run after him, Tommy, and tell him, quick.
Exit Tommy. Mr. Chipperfield (feebly). I think when Uncle Joseph does come back, we'd better try to think of some game he can't lose his temper at. Ah, here's Tommy. Tommy.
I told him, and he went all the same, and he slammed the door. He said I was to go back and tell you that you would find he was cut up, and cut up rough, too.
Mrs. Chipperfield. But what did you tell him? Tommy.
Why, only that Parper asked him to come to-night because he was sure to cut up well. You said I might.
Sensation. Prompt departure of Tommy for bed. Moralizing by aunts. A spirit of perfect candour prevails. Names are called, also cabs. Further hostilities postponed till next Christmas. End of Section 21. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 22 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Chapter 22. On the Ice. Scene: the Serpentine. On the bank, several persons are having their skates put on. Practised skaters being irritable and impatient, and others curiously the reverse, at any delay in the operation. Chorus of unemployed skate fasteners.
Who'll have a pair on for an hour? Good sport to-day, sir.
Try a pair on, mum.
To any particularly stout lady.
Will yer walk inter my porter, sir? Corpet all the way. 'Ad the pleasure o' puttin' on yer skites last year, miss. Best skites in London, sir.
Exhibiting a primeval pair. The usual comic Cockney (to his friend, who has undertaken to instruct him).
No worry, old man, this joker ain't 'arf finished with me yet.
(To skate fastener).
Easy with the gimlet, guv'nor. My 'eel ain't 'orn like a 'orse's 'oof. If you're going to strap me up as toight as all that, I shall 'ave to go to bed in them skites. Well, what is it now?
Skate fastener.
Regular thing for gentlemen as 'ires skates to leave somethink be'ind, just as security like. Anythink'll do, a gold watch and chain, if you got sech a thing about yer.
The comic Cockney.
Oh, I dessay, not me.
Skate fastener (wounded).
Why, you don't need to be afraid. I shan't run away. You'll find me 'ere when yer come back.
The comic Cockney.
Ah, that will be nice, but all the same, a watch is a thing that slips out of mind so easy, yer know. You might go and forget all about it. 'Ere's a matchbox instead. It ain't silver.
Skate fastener (with respect).
Ah, you do know the world, you do.
The comic Cockney.
Now, Alf, old man, I'm ready for yer. Give us 'old of your 'and. Go slow now. What's the vestry about not to put up some gravel down 'ere? It's downright dangerous. Whoo up! Blowed if I ain't got some other party's legs on. Sloide more? What jer tarkin about? I'm slidin' every way at once, I am. Stroike out? I've struck sparks enough out of the back of my 'ead, if that's all. Git up? Catch me! I'm a deal cipher sittin' down, and I'll stay here.
He stays. A nervous skater (hobbling cautiously down the bank, to friend).
I don't know how I shall be in these, you know. Haven't had a pair on for years.
Striking out.
Well, come.
Relieved.
Skating's one of those things you never forget. All a question of poise and confound the things! No, I'm all right, thanks. Lump on the ice, that's all. As I was saying, skating soon comes back to... Thought I was gone that time. Stick by me, old fellow, till I begin to feel my... Oh, hang it all! Eh? Surely we have been on more than 5 minutes. Worst of skating is, your feet get so cold. These are beastly skates. Did you hear that crack? Well, you may stay on if you like, but I'm not going to risk my life for a few minutes' pleasure.
He returns to bank. The fond mother (from bank to children on the ice).
That's right, Alma. You're doing it beautifully. Don't walk so much.
(To French governess).
Alma fait beaucoup de progrès, mais elle néglige assez, n'est-ce pas, mademoiselle?
Mademoiselle.
C'est elle qui est la plus habile. Elle patine déjà très bien, et avec un aplomb.
The fond mother.
Oui, mais elle est la plus vieille sous savvy. Look at elle, Alma, and see how she does it.
Mademoiselle.
Vous marchez toujours, Alma. Tâchez donc de glisser un petit peu, c'est beaucoup plus facile.
Alma.
N'est pas facile quand vous avec les skates tout sur une côte, comme moi, mademoiselle.
Fond mother.
No, répondez à mademoiselle Alma and watch Ella.
Ella.
Regardez-moi, Alma, je puis voler vite, oh, mais vite, oh, I have hurt myself so.
Alma (with sisterly sympathy).
That's what comes of trying to show off, Ella, darling.
Ella is helped to the bank. A paternal skate fastener.
'Ere you are, missy.
Set down on this 'ere cheer, and you too, my little dear. Lor, they don't do them cheers no harm, mum, bless their little 'arts. Let me take your little skites off, my pooties. I'll be keerful, mum. Got children of my own at home. The moral o' your two, mum.
The fond mother (to governess).
C'est un homme avec un bon cœur. Avez-vous des cuivers, mademoiselle?
The paternal skate fastener (disgustedly).
What, only 2 bloomin' browns for takin' the skates orf them 2 kids' trotters? I want a shillin' or for you for that job, I do. Not another penny? Well, if you do everythink as cheap as you do your skitin', you ought to be puttin' money by, you ought. That's right, take them snivellin' kids 'ome, blow me if ever I...
etc., etc., etc. Exit party pursued by powerful metaphors. The egoistic skater, in charge of a small niece.
Just see if you can get along by yourself a little. I'll come back presently. Practice striking out.
The niece.
But, uncle, directly I strike out, I fall down.
The egoistic skater, encouragingly.
You will at first, till you get into it. Gives you confidence. Keep on at it. Don't stand about, or you'll catch cold. I shall be keeping my eye on you.
Skates off to better ice. The fancy skater, to less accomplished friend.
This is a pretty figure. Sort of variation of the crosscut, ending with the vine. It's done this way.
Illustrating.
Quarter of circle on outside edge forwards, then sudden stop.
He sits down with violence.
Didn't quite come off that time.
The friend.
The sudden stop came off right enough, old fellow.
The fancy skater.
I'll show you again. It's really a neat thing when it's well done. You do it all on one leg, like this.
Executes an elaborate back fall. His friend.
You seem to do most of it on no legs at all, old chap.
The fancy skater.
Haven't practiced it lately, that's all. Now here's a figure I invented myself. The swooping hawk, I call it.
His friend, unkindly, as the fancy skater comes down in the form of a St. Andrew's cross.
Yes, more like a spread eagle, though, ain't it?
Pretty girl, to Mr. Acme, who has been privileged to take care of herself and her plain sister.
Do come and tell me if I'm doing it right, Mr. Acme. You said you'd go round with me.
The plain sister.
How can you be so selfish, Florrie? You've had ever so much more practice than I have. Mr. Acme, I wish you'd look at my left boot. It will go like that. Is it my ankle, or what? And this strap is hurting me so. Can't you loosen it, or take me back to the man, or something? Florrie can get on quite well alone, can't she?
Mr. Acme, temporizing feebly.
Suppose I give each of you a hand, eh?
The plain sister.
No, I can't go along fast like you and Florrie. You promised to look after me, and I'm perfectly helpless alone.
The pretty sister.
Then am I to go by myself, Mr. Acme?
Mr. Acme.
I think just for a little, if you don't mind.
The pretty sister.
Mind? Not a bit. There's Clara Willoughby and her brother on the next ring. I'll go over to them. Take good care of Alice, Mr. Acme. Goodbye for the present.
She goes. Alice doesn't think Mr. Acme is nearly so nice as he used to be. The reckless rough.
Now then, I'm on here. Clear the way, all of yer. Parties must look out for themselves when they see me a-comin'. I can't stop for nobody.
Rushes round the ring at a tremendous pace. An admiring sweeper following his movements with enthusiasm.
There he goes, the ornamental skiter. Look at him a-buzzin' round. Lor, it's a treat to see 'em bowlin' 'em all over like a lotter bloomin' ninepins. Go it, old Frankie, my son. Don't you stop to apologise. Ah, there he goes, on his nut again. He don't care, not he. Orf he goes again. That's another on 'em, and old Frankie atop. He'll have the ring all to hisself presently. Up again? Oh, ain't he lovely? I never see his loike afore nowheres. Round yer go, that's the stoyle. My eyes, if he ain't upset another, a lady this time. She's done her skitin' for the day anyhow, and old Frankie not silly. Well, I ain't larfed so much in all my life.
He is left laughing. End of Section 22. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 23 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 23. In a Fog. A reminiscence of the past month. Scene: main thoroughfare near Hyde Park. Time: 8 p.m. Nothing visible anywhere, but very much audible. Horses slipping and plunging, wheels grinding, crashes, jolts, and English as she is spoke on such occasions. Mrs. Flusters, who is seated in a brougham with her husband, on their way to dine with some friends in Cromwell Road.
We shall be dreadfully late. I know we shall. I'm sure Peacock could go faster than this if he liked. He always loses his head when there's much traffic. Do tell him to make haste.
Mr. Flusters.
Better let him alone. He knows what he's doing.
Mrs. Flusters.
I don't believe he does, or he wouldn't dawdle like this. If you won't speak to him, I must.
Lets down the glass and puts out her head.
Peacock!
A blurred shadow on the box.
Yes'm?
Mrs. Flusters.
What are we stopping for like this?
The shadow.
Fog very thick just here, mum. Can't see what's in front of us, mum.
Mrs. Flusters.
It's just as safe to keep moving as to stand still. Go on at once.
The shadow.
Very good, mum.
To horse.
Pull her!
Crash. Voice from the unseen.
What the blankety blank,
etc. Peacock.
There's suthin' in front, mum. A van from his language, mum.
Mrs. Flusters, sinking back.
Marmaduke, this is awful. I'd no idea the fog was like this, or I should never have. With temper. Really, people have no right to ask me out on such a night.
Mr. Flusters, with the common sense that makes him so aggravating at times.
Well, Fanny, you could hardly expect 'em to foresee the weather 3 weeks ahead.
Mrs. Flusters.
At all events, you might have seen what it was going to be as you came home from the temple. Then we could have sent a telegram.
Mr. Flusters.
It seemed to be lifting then, and besides, I regard a dinner engagement as a species of kindly social contract not to be broken except under pressing necessity.
Mrs. Flusters.
You mean you heard me say there was nothing but cold meat in the house, and you know you'll get a good dinner at the Cordon Bleuets. Not that we are likely to get there to night. Have you any idea whereabouts we are?
Mr. Flusters, calmly.
None whatever.
Mrs. Flusters.
Then ask Peacock.
Mr. Flusters lets down his window and leans out.
Peacock.
The shadow.
Sir?
Mr. Flusters.
Where have we got to now?
Peacock.
Ain't rightly sure, sir.
Mrs. Flusters.
Tell him to turn round and go home.
Mr. Flusters.
It's no use going on like this. Turn back.
Peacock.
I dursn't leave the curb. All I got to go by, sir.
Mr. Flusters.
Then take one of the lamps and lead the horse.
Peacock.
It's the young 'orse, sir.
Mr. Flusters, sinking back.
We must put up with it, I suppose.
A smart crack is heard at the back of the carriage. More voices.
Now then, why the blankety dash,
etc., etc. Mrs. Flusters.
Marmaduke, I can't sit here and know that a bus po may come between us at any moment. Let's get out and take a cab home at once.
Mr. Flusters.
There's only one objection to that suggestion. That is, that it's perfectly impossible to tell a cab from a piano organ. We must find out where we are first, and then turn. Peacock, drive on as well as you can, and stop when you come to a shop.
Mrs. Flusters.
What do you want to stop at a shop for?
Mr. Flusters.
Why, then I can go in and ask where we are.
Mrs. Flusters.
And how do you expect them to know where we are?
She sees a smear of light in the distance.
Marmaduke, there's a linkman. Get out quick and hire him to lead the way.
Mr. Flusters, who gets out and follows the direction of the light, grumbling to himself.
Hallo, not past the park yet. Here's the railings. Well, if I keep close to them, I shall...
He suddenly collides with a bench.
Phew! Oh, confound it!
He rubs his shins.
Now, if it hadn't been for Fanny, I... Where's the linkman? Hi, you there, stop!
The light stops.
Look here, I want you to come to my carriage and show my man the way out of this.
Voice from behind the railings.
We got to find our own way out first, Governor. We're inside.
A belated reveller, lurching up to Mr. Flusters.
Beg your pardon, but could you direct me nearest way, Dawson Place?
Mr. Flusters, savagely.
First turning to the right, third to the left, and then straight on till you come to it.
The belated reveller.
I'm exceedingly blished,
confidentially.
Fact is, I'm suffering sly fection eye shy, and I assure you can't see anything distinctly to-night.
He cannons against a lamp post, to which he clings affectionately as a policeman emerges from the gloom. Policeman. Now then, what are you doing here, eh? The belated reveller.
It's all right, policeman. This gentleman,
patting lamp post affectionately,
has kindly promised to see me home.
Mr. Flusters. Hang it, where's Peacock and the brougham? He discovers a phantom vehicle by the curb and gets in angrily. Now look here, my dear, it's no earthly good. Occupant of the brougham, who is not Fanny.
Coward! Touch a defenceless woman if you dare! I have nothing on me of any value! Help! Police!
Mr. Flusters, seeing that explanation is useless, lets himself out again, precipitately dodges the policeman, and bolts, favoured by the fog, until all danger of pursuit is past, at the end of which time he suddenly realises that it is perfectly hopeless to attempt to find his own carriage again. He gropes his way home, and some hours later, after an extemporized cold supper, is rejoined by his wife. Mrs. Flusters (cheerfully).
So there you are, Marmaduke. I wasn't anxious. I felt sure you'd find your way back somehow.
Mr. Flusters (not in the best of tempers). Find my way back? It was the only thing I could do. But where have you been all this time, Fanny? Mrs. Flusters.
Where? Why, at the Blewitts, to be sure. You see, after you got out, we had to keep moving on, and by the fog got better, and we could see where we were going to, and the Blewitts had put off dinner half an hour, so I was not so very late. Such a nice dinner! Everybody turned up except you, Marmaduke, but I told them how it was. Oh, and old Lady Horehound was there, and said a man had actually got into her brougham, and tried to wrench off one of her most valuable bracelets, only she spoke to him so severely that he was struck with remorse, or something, and got out again, and it was by the park, close to where you left me. Just fancy, Marmaduke, he might have got into the carriage with me instead.
Mr. Flusters (gloomily). Yes, he might, only he didn't, you know. End of Section 23, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 24 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 24. Bricks Without Straw. Scene: a village schoolroom. A juvenile treat is in progress, and a magic lantern, hired for the occasion, with set of slides complete to last 1 hour, is about to be exhibited. The Vicar's daughter, suddenly recognizing the new curate, who is blinking unsuspectingly in the lantern rays.
Oh, Mr. Tootler, you've just come in time to help us. The man with the lantern says he only manages the slides and can't do the talking part. And I've asked lots of people and no one will volunteer. Would you mind just explaining the pictures to the children? It's only a little nursery tale, Valentine and Orson. I chose that because it's less hackneyed, and has such an excellent moral, you know. I'm sure you'll do it so beautifully.
Mr. Tootler (a shy man).
I'd do it with pleasure, I'm sure, only I really don't know anything about Valentine and Orson.
The Vicar's daughter.
Oh, what does that matter? I can tell you the outline in 2 minutes.
She tells him.
But it's got to last an hour, so you must spin it out as much as ever you can.
Mr. Tootler (to himself).
Ought I to neglect such a golden opportunity of winning these young hearts? No.
(Aloud).
I will do my best, and perhaps I had better begin at once, as they seem to be getting rather unruly at the further end of the room.
He clears his throat.
Children, you must be very quiet and attentive, and then we shall be able, as we purpose this evening, to show you some scenes illustrative of the beautiful old story of Valentine and Orson, which I doubt not is familiar to you all.
Rustic applause, conveyed by stamping and shrill cheers, after which a picture is thrown on the screen representing a village festival.
Here, children, we have a view of, with sudden inspiration, Valentine's native village. It is, his birthday, and Valentine, being a young man who is universally beloved on account of his amiability and good conduct.
To the Vicar's daughter.
Is that correct?
The Vicar's daughter.
Quite correct. Good conduct. The villagers are celebrating the, auspicious event by general rejoicings. How true it is that if we are only good, we may, young as we are, count upon gaining the affection and esteem of all around us.
A youthful rustic with a tendency to heckle.
If you please, sir, which on 'em be Valentine?
Valentine, we may be sure, would not be absent on such an occasion, although, owing to the crowd, we cannot distinguish him. But wherever he is, however he may be occupied, he little thinks that before long he will have to encounter the terrible Orson, the wild man of the woods. Ah, dear children, we all have our wild men of the woods to fight. With some of us it is.
He improves the occasion.
Our next picture represents.
To assistant.
Sure this comes next? Oh, they're all numbered, are they? Very well. Represents a forest, or the home of Orson. If we were permitted to peep behind one of those trunks, we should doubtless see Orson himself crouching in readiness to spring upon the unsuspecting Valentine. So often when we, etc., etc. The next scene we shall show you represents the burning of Valentine's ship. Valentine has gone on a voyage with the object of finding Orson. If the boat in the picture was only larger, we could no doubt identify Valentine sitting there undismayed, calmly confident that, notwithstanding this unfortunate interruption, he will be guided sooner or later to his goal. Yes, dear children, if we only have patience, if we only have faith, etc., etc. Here we see.
An enormous bison is suddenly depicted on the screen.
Eh? Oh, yes, here we have a specimen of Orson's pursuits. He chases the bison. Some of you may not know what a bison is. It is a kind of hairy cow, and
he describes the habits of these creatures as fully as he is able. The youthful rustic.
There bain't no one a-'erntin' of un, sir.
What? Oh, but there is, you know. Orson is pursuing him, only, the bison, being a very fleet animal, has outrun his pursuer for the moment. Sometimes we flatter ourselves that we have outrun our pursuer, but depend on it,
etc., etc.
But now let us see what Valentine is about.
Discovering, not without surprise, that the next picture is a scene in the Arctic regions.
Well, you see, he has succeeded in reaching the coast, and here he is, in a sledge drawn by a reindeer, with nothing to guide him but the aurora borealis, hastening towards the spot where he has been told he will find Orson. He doesn't despair, doesn't lose heart. He is sure that, if he only keeps on, if he only continues, only perseveres.
Aside.
What drivel I am talking!
To assistant.
I say, are there many more of this sort? Because we don't seem to be getting on. Well, now we come to...
A moonlight scene with a cottage in winter appears.
To the home of Valentine's mother. You will observe light in the casement. By the light the good old woman is sitting, longing and praying for the return of her gallant boy. Ah, dear children, what a thing a good old mother is!
To the Vicar's daughter.
I really cannot keep on like this much longer. I'm positively certain these slides are out of order.
The Vicar's daughter.
Oh, no, I'm sure it's all right. Do please go on. They're so interested.
The young heckler.
How about Valentine, sir? Where be ye?
Ah, where is Valentine indeed?
To assistant.
Next slide, quick.
Recognizes with dismay a view of the Grand Canal.
No, but I say, really, I can't. Here we have Valentine at Venice. he has reached that beautiful city, well called the Queen of the Adriatic, at last. He contemplates it from his gondola, and yet he has no heart just now to take in all the beauty of the scene. He feels that he is still no nearer to finding Orson than before. The young heckler. Now more be we, sir. We ain't zeed neither on 'em so fur. Tumult and a general demand for the instant production of Orson or Valentine. Now, children, this is very irregular. You must allow me to tell this story my own way. I assure you that you will see them both in good time, if you only keep still. To assistant. I can't stand this any more. Valentine and Orson must be underneath the rest. Find them and shove them in quick. Never mind the numbering. The screen remains blank while the assistant fumbles. Well, have you got them? The assistant. No, sir. I'm rather afraid they aren't here. Fact is, they've sent me out with the wrong set of slides. This ain't Valentine and Orson. It's a miscellaneous lot, sir. Collapse of curate as scene closes in. End of section 24. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 25 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 25. At a Music Hall. Scene: the auditorium of a music hall, the patrons of which are respectable, but in no sense smart. The occupants of the higher priced seats appear to have dropped in less for the purpose of enjoying the entertainment than of discussing their private affairs, though this does not prevent them from applauding everything with generous impartiality. The Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, the celebrated character duettists and variety artistes, the Sisters Silvertwang, will appear next. They do. They have just sung a duet in praise of nature, with an interspersed step dance. Oh, I love to hear the echo in the mounting, tiddy iddy 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 and to listen to the tinkle of the founting, tiddy, etc. A white-capped attendant, taking advantage of a pause, plaintively. Sangwiches, 2d. Voluble lady, in the shilling stalls, telling her male companion an interminable story with an evasive point. No, but you hear what I'm going to tell you, because I'm coming to it presently. I can't remember his name at this moment. Something like Budkin, but it wasn't that. Somewhere near Bond Street he is, or a street off there. A Scotchman, but that doesn't matter. Here she breaks off to hum the chorus of Good Old Mother-in-Law, which is being sung on the stage. Well, let me see. What was I telling you? Wait a minute. Excuse me. Oh, yes. Well, there was this picture. Mind you, it's a lovely painting, but the frame's simply nothing. Not that I go by frames myself, of course not, but I fetched it down to show him. Oh, I know what you'll say, but he must know something about such things. He knew my uncle, and I can tell you what he is. He's a florist, and married 19 years, and his wife's 40 years older than me. But I've scarcely spoke to her, and no children, so I fetched it to show him, and as soon as he sets eyes on it, he says... Female character comic on stage, lugubriously. Retold a riddle, oh dearie, retold a riddle, old do. I can't tell you how old it is, but 'undreds of years, and Chinese. I shouldn't wonder but we can't trace its history. That's what he said, and if he don't know, nobody does, for it stands to reason he must be a judge, though nothing to me. When I say nothing, I mean all I know of him is that he used to be... Tenor vocalist on stage. My sweetheart when a boy. I always liked that song, don't you? Well, and this is what I was wanting to tell you. She got to know what I'd done. How is more'n I can tell you, but she did, and she came straight into where I was, and I see in a minute she'd been drinking, for drink she does, from morning to night, but I don't mind that, and her bonnet all on the back of her head, and her voice that usky, she tenor.
She sang a song of home, sweet home, a song that reached my heart.
And I couldn't be expected to put up with that, you know, but I haven't 'alf told you yet. Well,
etc., etc. In the reserved stalls. First Professional Lady, resting, to second ditto, as Miss Florrie Foljambe appears on stage.
New dresses tonight.
Second ditto.
Yes, inspects Miss F's costume. Something wrong with that boy's dress in front, though. Cut too low. Is that silver bullion it's trimmed with? That silver stuff they put on my pantomime dress has turned quite yellow.
First ditto.
It will sometimes. Did you know any of the critics when you were down at Slagtown for the panto?
Second ditto.
I knew the Grimeshire Mercury, and he said most awfully rude things about me in his paper. I was rather rude to him at rehearsal, but we made it up afterwards. You know Lily's married, dear?
First ditto.
What, Lily? You don't mean it.
Second ditto.
Oh, yes, she is, though. She went out to Buenos Aires. Another day she was taken in to dinner by the Bishop of the Friendly Islands.
First ditto.
A bishop? Fancy, that is getting on, isn't it?
Miss Foljambe on stage, acknowledging an encore.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very much obligated for your kind reception this evening, but having been lately laid up with a bad cold, and almost entirely lost my voice, and being still a little hoarse, I feel compelled to ask your kind acceptance of a few hornpipe steps, after which I hope to remain, ladies and gentlemen, always your obedient humble servant to command, Florrie Foljambe.
Tumultuous applause and hornpipe. Chairman. Professor Boodler, the renowned imitator of birds, will appear next. The Professor on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall commence by an attempt to give you an imitation of that popular and favourite songster, the thrush, better known to some of you, I dare say, as the throstle or mavis.
He gives the thrush, which somehow doesn't go.
I shall next endeavour to represent that celebrated and tuneful singing bird, the skylark.
He does it, but the lark doesn't quite come off.
I shall next try to give you those two sweet singers, the male and female canary. The gentleman in the stalls with the yellow air will represent the female bird on this occasion. He must not be offended, for it is a eye compliment I am paying him, a harmless professional joke.
The canaries obtain but tepid acknowledgments.
I shall now conclude my illustrations of bird life with my celebrated imitation of a waiter drawing the cork from a bottle of ginger beer and drinking it afterwards.
Does so, rouses the audience to frantic enthusiasm, and retires after triple recall. The Voluble Lady in the shilling stalls, during the performance of a thrilling melodramatic sketch.
I've nothing to say against her husband, a quiet, respectable man, and always treated me as a lady, with grey whiskers. But that's neither here nor there, and I speak of parties as I find them. Well, that was a Thursday. On the Saturday there came a knock at my door, and I answered it, and there was she saying, as cool as you please,
Heroine on stage.
Ah, no, no, you would not ruin me. We will not tell my husband.
So I told her, I'm very sorry, I says, but I can't lend that frying pan to nobody. So I got up. 2 hours after, as I was going downstairs, she came out of her room and says, "'Allo, Rose, 'ow are yer?" as if nothing had happened. "Oh, jolly," I says, or something o' that sort. I wasn't going to take no notice of her, and she says, "Going out?" like that. I says, "Oh, yes, nothing to stay in for," I says, careless like. So Mrs. Piper, she never said nothing, and I didn't say nothing, and so it went on till Monday. Well, Her 'usband met me in the passage, and he said to me, good tempered and civil enough, I must say, he said,
Villain on Stage.
Curse you! I've had enough of this fooling. Give me the money, or I'll twist your neck and fling you into yonder mill dam to drown.
So, o' course, I'd no objection to that, and all she wanted, in the way of eatables and drink, she 'ad. No, let me finish my story first. Well, just fancy 'er now. She asked me to step in, and she says, "'Ow are you?" and was very nice, and I never said a word, not wishing to bring up the past, and I didn't tell you this, they'd a kind of old easy chair in the room, and the only remark I made, not meaning anythink, was
Hero on Stage.
You infernal black-hearted scoundrel! This is your work, is it?
well, I couldn't ha' put it more pleasant than that, could I? And old Mr. Fitkin, as was settin' on it, he says to me, he says,
Hero.
Courage, my darling! You shall not perish if my strong arms can save you. Heaven help me to rescue the woman I love better than my life.
But he's 'alf silly, so I took no particular notice of 'im. When, what did that woman do after stoopin' to me, as she 'as times without number, but... Oh, is the play over? Well, as I was saying, oh, I'm ready to go if you are, and I can tell you the rest walking home.
Exit, having thoroughly enjoyed her evening. End of Section 25. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 26 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 26. A Recitation under Difficulties. Scene: an evening party. Miss Freesia Bludkinson, a talented young professional reciter, has been engaged to entertain the company, and is about to deliver the favourite piece, entitled "The Lover of Lobelia Bangs, a Cowboy Idol." There is the usual crush, and the guests outside the drawing room, who can neither hear nor see what is going on, console themselves by conversing in distinctly audible tones. Jammed in a doorway between the persons who are trying to get in, and the people who would be only too glad to get out, is an unsophisticated guest, who doesn't know a soul, and is consequently reduced to listening to the recitation. This is what he hears. Miss Freesia Bludkinson (in a tone of ladylike apology).
I am only a cowboy.
Several ladies put up their glasses and examine her critically, as if they had rather expected this confession. Sudden burst of society chatter from without. Society chatter.
How do you do?
Oh, but her parties never are.
How are you?
No, I left her at...
Yes, he's somewhere about.
Saw you in the Row this morning.
Are you doing anything on?
Oh, what a shame.
No, but doesn't she now?
No earthly use trying to get in at present,
etc., etc. Miss Freesia Bludkinson (beginning again, with meek despair, a little louder).
I am only a cowboy, reckless, rough, in an unconventional suit of clothes. I hain't, as a rule, got much to say, and my conversation is mostly oaths.
Cries of "Shh!" intended, however, for the people outside, who are chattering harder than ever.
When the cackle of females strikes my ear.
Society chatter, as before.
Oh, much cooler here. Yes, delightful, isn't it?
Everybody one knows.
No, you don't, really?
Oh, Popsy's flourishing, thanks.
The new butler turned out a perfect demon.
But I said I wouldn't have his tail docked for anything.
So they painted it Ode and Neil, and it looks so nice.
Miss Freesia Bludkinson (pointedly).
When the cackle of females strikes my ear, I just vamose, for they make me skeered, and I sorter suspicion I skeer them too, with my hulking form and my bushy beard.
Here, of course, she strokes a very round chin. Society chatter.
Seems to be something goin' on in there. Singin', actin', dancin', or somethin'.
Well, of course, only heard her version of it as yet, you know.
Have you seen him in white bengaline with a Medici collar, and one of those
Nasty gouty attacks he will have are only rheumatism, etc., etc. Miss Phrygia Bludkinson, when next heard.
I cleared my throat, and I tried to speak, but the words died strangled.
A feminine voice outside.
So long since we had a quiet talk together. Do tell me all about,
etc., etc. Miss Phrygia Bludkinson.
Strangled by sheer alarm, for there in front.
Here she points dramatically at a stout matron, who fans herself consciously.
Was the slender form and the sweet girl face of our new schoolmarm. Say, boys, have you heard an Aeolian harp which a zephyr's tremulous finger twangs? Well, it kinder thrills ye the way I felt when I first beheld Lobelia Bangs.
Society chatter.
Oh, you really ought to go, so touching. Dick and I both regularly howled all through the last act.
Not in the least, thanks. Well, if there is a seat.
You're sure there are any ices, then? Strawberry, please.
No, nothing to drink.
Will you allow me?
Told she could dress hair perfectly, but I soon found she was
A Swedenborgian, my dear, or something horrid.
Haven't you heard? I've had it 3 times, and
so many people ask me for cards that really I
had the drains thoroughly looked to, and now they're
delicious, but rather overpowering in a room, I think, etc., etc. Miss Phrygia Bludkinson, with genuine feeling.
Who would imagine one meek voiced girl could have held her own in a deafening din? But Lobelia's scholars discovered soon she'd a dead sure notion of discipline, for her satin palm had a sting like steel, and the rowdiest rebel respected her when she'd stretched out 6 of the hardest lots in the Bible class with a derringer.
Society chatter.
no, a very dull party. You could move about quite easily in all the rooms, so we
kicked the whole concern to shivers and came in here as soon as we could.
Capital dinner they gave us, too,
etc., etc. Miss Phrygia Bludkinson, with as much conviction as possible under the circumstances.
And the silence deepened, no creature stirred in the stagnant hush, and the only sound was the far-off lumbering jolt produced by the prairie rolling for leagues around.
Society chatter, crescendo.
Oh, an old aunt of mine has gone in for step dancing. She's had several lessons,
and cut her knees rather badly, you know, so I put her out to grass.
And now she can sit up and hold a biscuit on her nose.
But she really ought to mix a little grey in her wig, etc., etc., to the distraction of the unsophisticated guest, who is getting quite interested in Lobelia Bangs, whom he suddenly discovers, much to his surprise, on horseback. Miss Phrygia Bludkinson.
And on we cantered without a word, in the midday heat, on our swift mustangs. I was only ignorant cowboy Clem, but I worshipped bright Lobelia Bangs.
Society chatter, fortissimo.
Not for ages, but last time I met him he was
in a dreadful state, with the cook down with the influenza,
and so I suppose he's married her by this time.
Miss Phrygia Bludkinson, excitedly.
But hark! In the distance, a weird shrill cry, a kinder mournful, monotonous yelp.
Further eruption of society chatter.
Is it jackal? Bison? A cry for help?
Society chatter.
Such a complete rest, you know.
So perfectly peaceful, not a soul to talk to. I love it.
But to really enjoy a tomato, you must see it dressed
in the sweetest little sailor suit.
Miss Phrygia Bludkinson.
My horse was a speck on the pampas verge, for I dropped the rein in my haste to stoop. Then I pressed my ear to the baking soil and caught, ah, horror, the Indian whoop.
Society chatter.
Some say it isn't infectious, but one can't be too careful, and with children in the house,
etc., etc. Miss Phrygia Bludkinson.
I rose to my feet with quivering knees, and my face went white as a fresh-washed towel. I had heard a war cry I knew too well. 'Twas the murderous bellow of blue-nosed owl.
Society chatter.
Nice fellow. I'm very fond of him.
So fresh. Capital company.
Met him when I was over there, etc.
Miss Phrygia Bludkinson.
What! Leave you to face those fiends alone? She cried, and slid from her horse's back. Let me die with you, for I love you, Clem. Then she gave her steed a resounding smack, and he bounded off. Now Heaven be praised that my school six-shooter I brought, said she. 4 barrels I'll keep for the front rank foes, and the next for you, and the last for me.
Society chatter.
Is it a comic piece she's doing, do you know? Don't think so. I can see somebody smiling. Sounds rather like Shakespeare or Dickens or one of those fellas.
Didn't catch what you said. No, quite impossible to hear oneself, isn't it? Miss Phrygia Bludkinson.
And ever louder the demons yelled for their pale-faced prey, but I scorned death's pangs, for I deemed it a doom that was half delight to die by the hand of Lobelia Bangs. Then she whispered low in her dulcet tones, like the crooning coo of a cushat dove,
at the top of her voice.
Forgive me, Clem, but I could not bear any squaw to torture my own true love. And she raised the revolver, crack, crack, crack,
to the infinite chagrin of the unsophisticated guest, who is intensely anxious to hear how Miss Bangs and her lover escaped from so unpleasant a dilemma. The remaining cracks of her revolver, together with the 2 next stanzas, are drowned in a fresh torrent of small talk, after which he hears Miss Phrygia Bludkinson conclude with repressed emotion.
But the ochre on blue-nosed owl was blurred as his braves concluded their brief harangues, and he dropped a tear on the early bier of our prairie belle, Lobelia Bangs,
which of course leaves him in a state of hopeless mystification. Society chatter.
Is that the end? Charming. Now we shall be able to talk again.
Etc., etc. End of section 26. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 27 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 27. Bank Holiday. Scene: the Crystal Palace. The nave is filled with a dense throng of pleasure seekers. Every free seat commanding the most distant view of a variety performance on the great stage has been occupied an hour in advance. The less punctual stand and enjoy the spectacle of other persons' hats or bonnets. Gangs of male and female promenaders jostle and hustle to their heart's content, or perform the war song and dance of the lower class Aerie, which consists in chanting "Oi tiddly oi toy, hoi toy oi," to a double shuffle. Tired women sit on chairs and look at nothing. In the grounds the fancy of young men and maidens is lightly turning to thoughts of love, the first dawn of the tender passion being intimated on the part of the youth by chasing his charmer into a corner and partially throttling her, whereupon the maiden coyly conveys that his sentiments are not unreciprocated by thumping him between the shoulders. From time to time 2 champions contend with fists for the smiles of beauty, who may usually be heard bellowing with perfect impartiality in the background. A small but increasing percentage have already had as much liquid refreshment as is good for them, and intend to have more. Altogether, the scene, if festive, might puzzle an intelligent foreigner, who is more familiar with continental ideas of enjoyment. A damsel, in a ruby plush hat and a mauve feather.
Why, if they ain't got that blooming old statue down from Charing Cross, what's he doing down here, I wonder?
Her swain, whose feather is only pink and white paper.
Doin' of? Takin' his day orf, like the rest of us are takin' it.
The damsel, giggling.
You go on, you don't green me. That way, a statute.
Swain.
Well, ain't this what they call a statutory holiday, eh?
Damsel, in high appreciation of his humour.
I'll fetch you such a slap in a minute. Here, let's go on the Swissback.
Another damsel, in a peacock blue hat and orange pompons.
See that naked young man on the big horse, Alf? It says Castor on the stand. Who was he?
Alf.
Oh, I'd know. I dessay it'll be him as invented the castor oil.
The damsel, disgusted.
Fancy they're putting up a monument to 'im.
Superior 'Arry, talking music halls to his adored one.
Have you heard her sing Come Where the Booze is Cheapest?
The adored.
Lots o' times. I do like 'er singing. She makes such comical signs, and then the things she says. But I've heard that she's very common in her tork, and that orf the stage.
The Superior 'Arry.
I shouldn't wonder. Some on 'em are that way. You can't 'ave everythink.
His adored.
No, it is a pity, though. Suppose we go out and play Kiss in the Ring?
They do. Among the ethnological models, wife of British workman, spelling out placard under Hottentot group.
It is extremely probable that this interesting race will be completely exterminated at no distant period. Poor things!
British workman with philosophy.
Well, I shan't go inter mournin' for 'em, Sarer.
Lambeth larrikin, in a pasteboard pickle hob and a false nose, thoughtfully to Battersea Bill, who is wearing an old grey chimney pot hat, with the brim uttermost, and a tow wig, as they contemplate a party of Botocudo natives.
Rum the sights these 'ere savages make of theirselves, ain't it, Bill?
Battersea Bill, more thoughtfully.
You're right, but I dessay if you and me had been born among that lot, we shouldn't care how we looked.
Vauxhall Violet, who has exchanged headgear with Chelsea Chorley, with dismal results.
They are cures, these blackies. Why, you can't 'ardly tell the men from the women. I expect this lot'll be 'avin' a bean feast. See, they're playin' their music.
Chelsea Chorley.
Good job we can't 'ear 'em. They say as niggers' music is something downright horful. Give us high tiddly high on that mouth organ o' yours, will yer?
Vauxhall Violet obliges on that instrument. Every one in the neighbourhood begins to jig mechanically. Exeunt party dancing. A pimply youth.
Hope meet her from Java. That's the stuff they gets as stupid as biled howls on. It's about time we went and did another beer.
They retire for that purpose. During the fireworks. Chorus of spectators.
There's another lot of rockets goin' orf. Ain't that lubberly? What a lark if the sticks come down on somebody's 'ead.
There, did you see 'em bust?
Puts me in mind of a shower of fiery smuts.
Lor, so they do. What a fancy you do 'ave,
etc., etc. Coming home. An old gentleman who has come out with the object of observing Bank Holiday manners, which he has done from a respectful distance, to his friend as they settle down in an empty first-class compartment.
There, now we shall just get comfortably off before the crush starts. Now, to me, you know, this has been a most interesting and gratifying experience. Wonderful spectacle. All that immense crowd enjoying itself in its own way, boisterously perhaps, but on the whole with marvellous decorum. Really very exhilarating to see. But you don't agree with me?
His friend, reluctantly.
Well, I must say it struck me as rather pathetic than...
The old gentleman, testily.
Pathetic, sir? Nonsense! I like to see people putting their heart into it, whether it's play or work. Give me a crowd.
As if in answer to his prayer, there is a sudden eruption of typical Bank Holiday makers into the compartment. Man by the window.
Third class as good as fust these days. Why, if there ain't old Fred. Way, old Fred, tumble in, old son. Room for one more standin'.
Old Fred plays himself in with a triumphal blast on a tin trumpet, after which he playfully hammers the roof with his stick as he leans against the door. Old Fred.
Where's my blanky friend? I hit him on the jaw and I ain't seen him since.
Sings sentimentally at the top of a naturally powerful voice.
Comrades, comrades, here since we was boys, sharing each other's sorrers, sharing each other's beer.
A paraprosdokian which delights him to the point of repetition. The old gentleman.
Might I ask you to make a little less disturbance there, sir?
Whimpers from overtired children. Old Fred, roaring.
I'm jolly as a sandboy, I'm happy as a king. No matter what I see or hear, I laugh at everything. I'm the moral of my mother,
to the old gentleman,
the image of your par, and everything I see or hear it makes me laugh, har.
He laughs har, after which he gives a piercing blast upon the trumpet, with stick obbligato on the roof. The old gentleman, roused.
I really must beg you not to be such an infernal nuisance. There are women and children here who...
Old Fred.
Shut up, old umbrella whiskers.
Screams of laughter from women and children, who encourage him to sing again.
And the roof is copper-bottomed, and the chimneys are of gold in my double-breasted mansion on the Strand.
To people on platform as train stops.
Come in, oh Lord, do. Oi, tiddly, oi, toy, hoi, toy, oi.
The rest take up the refrain. Have a drink and wet your eye, etc., and beat time with their boots. The old gentleman.
If this abominable noise goes on, I shall call the guard. Disgraceful, coming in drunk like this.
The man by the window.
Here, dry up, governor. He ain't had enough to hurt him. He ain't.
Chorus of females to old gentleman.
And bank holiday, too. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, you ought. He's as right, if ye only let him alone.
Old Fred to old gentleman.
Damn your poor-hearted old joiner boy,
sings dismally.
How for the vanished springtime, how for the days gone by, how for the...
Changing the melody.
Homeless, I wander in lonely distress, no one to pity me, no one to caress.
Here he sheds tears, overcome by his own pathos, but presently cheers up.
I dance all night in a roll home toit, I'm a rarin' at a rollick, I'm a rarin' at a rollick, oh, I'm ready for a fight.
Any man 'ere
want to fight me? Don't say no, old Frecklefoot.
To the old gentleman, who perspires freely.
Oh, I am enjoying myself.
He keeps up his agreeable rattle without intermission for the remainder of the journey, which, as the train stops everywhere, and takes quite 3/4 of an hour in getting from Queen's Road, Battersea, to Victoria, affords a signal proof of his social resources, if it somewhat modifies the old gentleman's enthusiasm for the artless gaiety of a bank holiday. End of section 27, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 28 of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 28. A Row in the Pit, or The Obstructive Hat. Scene: the pit during pantomime time. The overture is beginning. An overheated matron to her husband. Well, they don't give you much room in here, I must say. Still, we have done better than I expected, after all that crushing. I thought my ribs was gone once, but it was only the umbrellas. You pretty comfortable where you are, Father? Father.
Oh, I'm right enough, I am.
Jimmy, their son, a small bullet-headed boy with a piping voice.
If Father is, it's more nor what I am. I can't see nothing, I can't.
His mother.
Lor bless the boy, there ain't nothing to see yet. You'll see well enough when the curtain goes up.
Curtain rises on opening scene.
Look, Jimmy, ain't that nice now? All them himps dancing round and real fire comin' out of the pot, which I 'ope it's quite safe, and there's a beautiful fairy just come on, dressed so grand, too.
Jimmy.
I can't see no fairy, nor yet no himps, nor nothin'.
He whimpers. His mother, annoyed.
Was there ever such a aggravating boy? To take anywheres? Set quiet, do, and don't fidget, and look at the hacting.
Jimmy.
I tell yer I can't see no hacting, Mother. It ain't my fault. It's this lady in front of me with the 'at.
Mother, perceiving the justice of his complaints.
Father, the poor boy says he can't see where he is, 'cause of a lady's 'at in front.
Father, philosophically.
Well, I can't help that, can I? He must put up with it, that's all.
Mother.
No, but I thought, if you wouldn't mind changing places with him, you're taller than him, and it wouldn't be in your way 'arf so much.
Father.
That's always the way with you. Never satisfied, you ain't. Well, pass the boy across. I'm for a quiet life, I am.
Changing seats.
Will this do for you?
He settles down immediately behind a very large furry and feathery hat, which he dodges for some time, with the result of obtaining an occasional glimpse of a pair of legs on the stage. Father (suddenly).
Damn the hat!
Mother.
You can't wonder at the boy not seeing. P'raps the lady wouldn't mind taking it off if you asked her.
Father. Ah! He touches the owner of the hat on the shoulder.
Excuse me, Mum, but might I take the liberty of asking you to kindly remove your hat?
The owner of the hat deigns to reply. Father (more insistently).
Would you have any objection to oblige me by taking off your hat, Mum?
Same result.
I don't know if you heard me, Mum, but I've asked you twice civil enough to take that 'at of yours off.
Pathetically.
I'm a playin' hide and seek behind it here.
No answer. The Mother.
People didn't ought to be allowed in the pit with such 'ats. Callin' herself a lady and settin' there in a great 'at and feathers like a islanders, and never answerin' no more nor a stuffed image.
Father (to the husband of the owner of the hat).
Will you tell your good lady to take her hat off, sir, please?
The owner of the hat (to her husband).
Don't you do nothing of the sort, Sam, or you'll 'ear of it.
The Mother.
Some people are perlite, I must say. Parties might behave as ladies when they come in the pit. It's a pity her husband can't teach her better manners.
The Father.
'Im teach her? He knows better. He's got a tartar there, he has.
The owner of the hat.
Sam, are you going to sit by and hear me insulted like this?
Her husband (turning round tremulously).
I'll trouble you to drop making these personal allusions to my wife's hat, sir. It's perfectly impossible to listen to what's going on the stage with all these remarks behind.
The Father.
Not more nor it is to see what's going on the stage with that 'at in front. I paid £1 to see the pantermime, I did, not to 'ave a view of your wife's 'at. 'Ere, Maria, blowed if I can stand this 'ere game any longer. Jimmy must change places again, and if he can't see, he must just stand up on the seat, that's all.
Jimmy is transferred to his original place and mounts upon the seat. A Pittite behind Jimmy, touching up Jimmy's father with an umbrella.
Will you tell your boy to set down, please, and not block the view like this?
Jimmy's father.
If you can induce the lady in front to take off her 'at, I will, but not before. Stay where you are, Jimmy, my boy.
The Pittite behind.
Well, I must stand myself then, that's all. I mean to see somehow.
He rises. People behind him (sternly).
Sit down there, will yer?
He resumes his seat, expostulating. Jimmy.
Father, the gentleman behind is a pinching of my legs.
Jimmy's father.
Will you stop pinching my little boy's legs? He ain't doing you no harm, is he?
The pinching Pittite.
Let him sit down then.
Jimmy's father.
Let the lady take her 'at off.
Murmurs behind.
Order there! Set down!
Put that boy down! Take orf that 'at!
Silence in front there!
Turn 'em out!
Shame!
Etc., etc. The husband of the owner of the hat (in a whisper to his wife).
Take off the blessed hat and have done with it, do.
The owner of the hat.
What now? I'd sooner die in the hat.
An attendant is called. The attendant.
Order there, gentlemen, please, unless you want to get turned out. No standing allowed on the seats. You're disturbing the performance here, you know.
Jimmy is made to sit down and weeps silently. The hubbub gradually subsides, and the owner of the hat triumphs for the moment. Jimmy's mother.
Never mind, my boy, you shall have mother's seat in a minute. I dessay if all was known, the lady has reasons for keeping her 'at on, poor thing.
The father, perceiving her drift.
Ah, I never thought of that. So she may. Very likely her 'at won't come off, not without her hair.
The mother.
Ah, well, we mustn't be hard on her if that's so.
The owner of the hat, removing the obstruction.
I hope you're satisfied now, I'm sure.
The father, handsomely.
Better late nor never, Mum, and we take it kind of you. Though why you shouldn't ha' done it at first, I dunno, for you look a deal handsomer without the 'at than you did in it, don't she, Maria?
The owner of the hat, mollified:
Sam, ask the gentleman behind if his little boy would like a ginger nut.
The olive branch is accepted, compliments pass, cordiality is restored, and the pantomime proceeds without further disturbance. End of Section 28. End of Voces Populi by F. Anstey. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com.